surgically the methods by which you do this data collection. So it's possible for the idea of optogenetics to play well with this. We could use them outside of just Neuralink, and just the whole idea of brain-computer interfaces. Well, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the engineering that they've done is actually pretty cool. So I like the
robots.
Yeah, from the design perspective, it was a design approach that wasn't taken, and it's great that they did it. I think it's pretty cool. So I'll say that. Also, there are many ways you can record from thousands of neurons. That's not the only way. It's interesting. Me and others are using brain penetrating electrodes that actually get quite deep. The whole structure of the brain is very interesting. There's the surface cortex where the most recent emergent part of the brain, and mammals have it, reptiles have something like it, but it's not really the full thing. This is a very recent thing. That's what we can access with like the Neuralink approach, a short electrode. Part of the brain, the cortex, is only a few millimeters thick. It's so much deeper. It's so important. Striatums and thalamus, they're the parts of the brain that drive motivation, drive hunger and thirst, multiple at once. And so the diversity of methods to get to this goal. I think it's great that people coming from the outside academia bring ideas that weren't being worked on, at least approaches. They may turn out to be synergistic. Things work very well with optogenetics because all these electrical recording methods, that's one channel of information flow, like delivery, separate artifacts that happen. But if you're careful, it's another independent pathway of information. Where we plan activity of light, and we record activity from all across the brain of the mouse electrically. So using electrical together is extremely
optoelectric brain-computer interface. By the way, there's effort on the computing side to build optoelectric servers, like what you have. Because really interesting. Light is a very interesting communication. Like you said, orthogonal in many ways. It doesn't have some of the constraints of bandwidth that electricity does go to wires, but you're able to, but the less ability to control precisely at scale. So I think there's challenges and there's benefits, and having those tools in place really, especially when inside, is a biological mesh, mushy mesh.
Well, the mushy mesh is kind of interesting. Yeah, there are problems. Light scatters in the brain, so the photons don't go through. Whenever they hit an interface between water with a bit of water, they bounce off in different directions. If you could come in with all the resolution you want, you could play in incredible high resolution pattern of light. Photons start scattering quickly, and by the time you've gone a couple of millimeters, you've lost all that facial information. So around longer wavelength light you use, get into infrared, there's less scattering. 2-photon method, 3-photon method, where the photons have to arrive all together at the same time. You can put in fiber optics. We developed these fiber optic methods in 2007, where we can access these structures with fiber optic methods, and you can put many of these fiber optics at the same time. Available. We've used a holographic method, 3D holograms to play in hundreds of individual cell-sized spots of light, and we can change those quickly. So there are a lot of tricks, a lot of interesting optics engineering that come together with neuroscience and pretty.
Well, there's engineering too, which is. I should mention, because I remember mentioned Elon. I recently got, for the first time ever, got Coke. How did I go so fine, I'm all vaccinated. Okay. So I got, because I think he mentioned it publicly, so I can mention it. I won't mention anything else, but hanging out, Elon got Coke. And the interesting thing about, maybe you can comment about this, I was only sick for like a afterwards, I have like a greater clarity about maybe I just so maybe so intensely mind fog kind of thing for such a short amount of time. But people who were involved were also reporting it. Kind of interesting. It's like because I do know like the system is involved in the brain in very interesting ways. Like the mind also involves all these other not just the not just the nervous system. I just wonder because everyone always says no, not like everyone always says like COVID does all these bad things or whatever the disease is, whatever the virus. But I wonder like I hate to be giving take on this, but like I wonder what the benefits of certain diseases are here for COVID. Like what is there like again don't romanticize it, but if your system goes through some kind of hardship, you come out on the other end. I wonder sometimes if they're maybe killed off a bunch of neurons that didn't anyway, and they were actually getting away. They were the hater neurons. I don't know.
Your critic that I was killed off your critic. No, there are mechanisms, potential mechanisms. What we're talking about. There's actually a fair bit of on post-COVID neurological function. Actually, my wife, Michelle Monte, at Stanford, she's done a lot of this work. Akiko Iwasaki at Yale, a lot of this. But what they found is that there's a loss of myelin. This is the coding of those long-range projections of the brain. Myelin later that codes these long-range projections and makes the faster, more reliable. And there's altered function of the myelin cell and myelin in the case of COVID, both mouse and human brains. But of course, it could be very idiosyncratic. Many people have cognitive problems. You're definitely aware of that. So many people with persistent brain fog. But it depends on where the inflammation was. Maybe you had post-COVID, they had a global effect. Maybe you lost some of these projections that were restraining you in some way, and these plausibly exist. It's known that there are cell populations in the prefrontal cortex that actively restrain deeper structures from expressing what they do. And theoretically possible that you had a lucky
somebody has to get lucky, right? Why not? All right. If we can actually go back to this idea of trying throughout the genetics, defined origin of when we first starts, origin of decision, origin of idea, origin of consciousness, or there's the origin of things in mind. So one thing Carl Jung, is there a God neuron? Is there a belief neuron? Is there methodology of optogenetics? Start getting like where belief or an idea begins, and especially at the strongest of belief, maybe of it, but something like the grand, grandest.
Neuroscience and neurology point us a little bit. We don't have an answer to that, but
yes, a lot of these questions I'm going to ask you, there's no good answer, but you're providing it. Finding the answer today.
Yeah, and we have early clues. For example, when patients with epilepsy have experiences of religiosity as part of their seizure or before their seizure, very often those are in the temporal lobe, in the brain, they're at the side. So initial, there are also parts of the brain that are involved in sense of self and finding the borders or boundaries. And experiments that we did in my lab, there's a part of the brain where if there's a rhythm of a particular type, can cause a separation of the sense of self from the sense of the body. What's normally bound up and unitary, we normally think of ourselves and our body as pretty tightly bound up together. Those can be separated. You can't take that for granted. Certain conditions, certain patterns of activity in part of the brain called the retrospinal, where you can actually separate those two out. And so if you think about very big questions, where are the origins of religiosity? How do we define boundaries of who we are relative to others and to the world? How do we link ourself to our body, and how can that become separated? These are actually, they're not now accessible and rigorously quantitative. So we did an experiment with optogenetics where we provided that normal rhythm to the particular part of the mouse brain. We saw separation of detection of a signal and caring about it. That's stimulating something by the brain that neurons perception itself, but just you're able to associate experience from the impact of the experience. That's right, exactly right. So, like these are the goals of meditation. These are the goals. Whenever I get drawn, pretty much effective. I mean, that's not a scientific statement. Tarantula. Also, psychedelics speak to attain kind of state. That's so interesting. You mentioned psychedelics, and 5-MeO, DMT create this religious experience, connection. People describe it as a connection to God. In theory, these are accessible with modern methods. Now that we have these rich recording methods, or what are that precise millisecond resolution, cellular resolution, brain-wide manifestations of these altered states. Like you could look at an altered state like on DMT, recorded across many people, and then from there see where did experience originate in the brain, neurons, and then how do they propagate and interact with everything else? And there's some kind of common signal. Like how do you narrow down the set of neurons that are responsible for a particular experience or for a particular behavioral effect? Here's where after, because anytime you give like an agent like ketamine or PCP, which we use for our dissociation experiments, as I mentioned, or you have a psychedelic, LSD, or this altered perceptual state. If you give either of those, these change everything from the brain. Okay, so just the fact that you maybe give them to a mouse, let's say, or eventually to a human, you won't know yet which cells to home in on the causal players in this just by recording it. But then what we found is that optogenetics providing a causal guided can like up, and we saw this rhythm with ketamine and for dissociation. Okay, let's test what's causal. We came in and provided that rhythm. Tried a few different things, but only one of the causal tests we tried actually caused the behavioral dissociation. So that's how we home in actually. And is it repeatable once you? Because that's one definition of causality is like you try and across different mice, all that kind of stuff. So you could do that for DMT, do that for like the really fascinating so let me we were just listening again another disagreement between Freud and Carl Jung, religion and spirituality. I guess the rings from Lord of the Rings. Religion and spirituality, Freud cast it into the fire, destroyed it. Carl Jung says no. But so for people who don't know, Sergei is Slavic Lord of the. Thank you, I appreciate that. So what we're talking about, so there is, I mean, these psychedelics.
possible to sort of stimulate religious experiences. So religious experiences are one of the most kind of experiences. Here you could first understand where they originate, how they propagate in the brain, and then to stimulate them.
So these can happen in people who had no predisposition. People who were as agnostic or atheistic as you like, they can feel connected to God in the United States. Now, to be clear, I'm not advocating. We don't know what's safe in human beings, but we definitely, not yet. We definitely can do these experiments. And it's nice, and that was already very productive in understanding associations. We can already imagine making headway on these. And then I had those map on like experience. I had a patient who's actually described in the book Projections. This was the patient that's in the mania chapter, the bipolar chapter. Here was a guy who had never had a psychiatric illness or symptom in his life. He was a retirement age gentleman, and nobody in his family either. So no family history, no personal psychiatric illness. He'd never been religious before either. He was certainly no passionate, type of religion. But he, not through any psychedelic or drug, he had a stressful experience. Actually, at 11, changed how he was thinking. He was a mania, a manic state, revealing that he had bipolar. Never before known in this case, person. And his mania, his elevated state in bipolar, included profound religiosity, which he'd never had before. He was preaching in a elevated, vigorous way. This state can be created even late in life who had no predisposition for it, and even without a neurochemical. So there's the causality of that is very interesting. How did the manic state unleash this? But you see that in other realms of chemistry too can manifest as religion. You can take people who never really had a religion, never played a powerful role in their life, but then they're obsessive compulsive fear, they can manifest it.
I think I'm in that group. I'm a bit OCD. And we have these subreddits when the oddly satisfying things. But there's certain things that are really satisfying to my OCD, in my mild. I think it's pretty much a experience. So I understand that it's not direct, it's rhymes. So maybe can you speak to the SRK is probably desperately scrambling to pull up oddly satisfying. Thank you. People can check it out themselves. As the subreddit promises, oddly satisfying. Well, bipolar, maybe depression. Let's talk about. I don't know if there's a nice way to discuss the differences in the full landscape of suffering
WTF.
here, but maybe what is depression?
WTF.
Hard to treat, severe, or medication work as a emergency. Depression, why do I focus on that? It's so tantalizingly close to helping people who are suffering. That's why I focus on it, because these are people who there may not even be anything situational that's difficult or challenging in their life. People who seem to have everything that you would want. Every objective measure of their life is fine, and yet they can be just hit with this unstoppable inability to see into the future, a discounting of the value of their own actions, anything they can imagine themselves worthless, or they are unable to enjoy things. We call this anhedonia. No reward, no pleasure, not in food, social interaction, anything they would enjoy, positivity. They can have a profound negative internal state, psychic pain. And these things seem, and in the severe cases, are inescapable. So what is going on? Why is this state part of human existence? It's got a strong biological, genetic link, you know that, linked to certain genes, certain regions of the chromosome, and the studies that are genetically. It doesn't explain everything, but it's a big part of it. Genetics are a strong contributor. And although you can have depression without any terrible, can be made worse by stressor, by trauma. But at a very deep level, nothing we can measure in a person objectively. We don't have, there's not a known chemical, not a known structure, not a known brain activity pattern that we can pick up with. People are exploring this, but right now we have no objective measures. All we do is talk to people. It may elicit symptoms, explore them, distinguish them from other possible causes. What do we do? Well, we have a range of treatments. We have medications that can help people, do help, but not everybody. They don't work. We can go to brain stimulation methods. We can do things even like electroconvulsive therapy, which is very effective, but that's sort of the final thing we go to in the end. And so we have treatments. They work for some people. They don't do everything we like. But here's the problem: is at a very deep level, we don't understand really what's going on in the brain. We don't have a physical interpretation of the problem. We have all these symptoms, but we can't yet point to a set of cells or a set of circuits or an activity pattern that is causing major depression state per se.
Why do you think you can't get an object as because there's so many possible causes, so many things involved?
So I think the answer is there are many things involved, and all these different things that I've mentioned, those we can study, and those we can fix. The individual, and we can do this in animals, to be clear. So in a mouse, for example, we can instantaneously and precisely turn up or down the motivation of an animal to overcome a challenge. We can turn up or down its ability to be motivated by, or we can experience reward from situations or actions. We can increase the parent energy level, its drive, challenges, turn up or down social interaction. All these individual features of depression now exact projections of the cells that are causal in mediating. What we don't know is why all these different symptoms show up together in major depression in the human disease syndrome. That's the mystery. Sort of in other fields of medicine, someone with congestive heart failure who comes into the clinic, they have very different symptoms. They have shortness of breath, they have swollen feet. Okay, it could be two or different across the body sets of symptoms. Neither one obviously related to the heart, but they're both happening because the heart is not working. Okay, and now, thankfully, in cardiology, we understand these disparate symptoms that seem totally unrelated can be completely understood because there's an altered action of the heart. That's what we are hoping for in psychiatry and in the study of depression or any disease. These different symptoms, the ability to enjoy things, the hopelessness. What's the unifying principle?
I mean, is there some truth to that Tolstoy quote that all happy families are like, and happy families have happiness in a way? basically there might, the physicists won't find the theory of everything. It isn't understanding depression essentially require you to have the big theory of everything.
I think it would certainly be nice to have that theory of everything. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we need a state
of the century. Nice. Well, it's also a good question if it's possible.
Yeah. Well, that I but to your specific question, I don't think we need a theory of everything. I think there will be defining principles we can get to. Shy of that, we can treat symptoms. That's a big step. And as you say, different unhappy families are different. Different unhappy people are different. If we have somebody who comes to the clinic and I see someone with a profound anhedonia as one of their main symptoms, ability to enjoy things, if I know based on optogenetics work and animal work that a particular medication can treat anhedonia, even if it doesn't fix major depression in everybody. If I treat that one person, that's a good thing. And so we don't need theory of everything, and you don't need find principles to help people with insights that come from
how much does talking help for diagnosis and for treatment? Say depression.
It's a big part of what we do. Every good psychiatrist should be pretty adept at these verbal communication, talk therapy as part of what they do. I give medications, I deliver brain stimulation treatments, but a big part of everything I do with every patient is talk therapy because it works so well together with these other modalities. Even alone, it can help people with moderate or mild depression by itself. Severe depression, people with other psychiatric illnesses that are severe, you don't want to do talk therapy alone. Do it, but it still is critical together with the other. It's critical because it's part of how you reshape cognition. Complex activity patterns. And we'll get to that with the medication.
Advice for people who suffer from mild forms of depression or feel they might, for those people on the other side, for people who love people who suffer from depression and want to help.
One of the incredibly frustrating things about depression is the very nature of it makes it hard for people who suffer to get treatment. They don't think treatment will help. They have low energy. They're not motivated to participate in treatment in many cases. Sometimes they're actively suicidal. That certainly doesn't help. They have all these things that seem to prevent treatment from being effective. So the loved ones, that's why the loved ones are so important. Helping overcome these barriers to treatment, the motivation, safety, that's critical, and particularly for the severe cases. For the mild cases, where people still have some insight, motivation, and energy to get something done, there are many things you can do. Exercise, food, maintenance, regulation of sleep, getting sufficient and regular enough sleep is very important. And talk therapy can be helpful in those mild and moderate cases, just looking at cognition, looking at patterns of thought that
Welcome. How are you?
may have fallen into.
No, I want to talk to you anyway.
Viral help people identify patterns they may have themselves that are taking occasional negative thoughts that everybody has, magnifying those and persistent structured, very organized. It requires insight and motivation. You have to be motivated. But if you are, then you can identify triggers that send you down a particular pathway, work to intercept them, and that is amazingly very effective in our case.
You basically train yourself in the world as a collection of triggers, and you have to first understand, like, collect the data, like basically see every experience as a thing that creates a follow-on emotion, feeling,
WTF.
and like I learned this, like where like, early on, like um, I'll say something, kind of respond to negativity with negativity, and then you observe the result of that. And then over time, think, wait a minute, this thing that I've been doing where when somebody says you suck and you say, no, you suck, that never produces the results you thought it might. And so might not want to suggest, don't say you suck back. And I do this a lot of life. I'm very fortunate not suffering from depression. I, first of all, have people in my life who do. And also, all of us have depression, don't suffer from depression. Like, it's always knocking at the door. So you have mild, uh, you're very careless with the trigger all around, and you're just, I think all of us have the capacity to kind of chemical, psychological, or philosophical potential crisis.
Question: why are we built this way? It seems like it doesn't make sense, right? Here's where some of this thinking about where we came from as the human family is kind of interesting. It doesn't make sense that somewhere on that spectrum, it's good to detect that there's an array of adverse forces out there in the world right now at this moment, and withdraw, to hunker down, not fight, not strive, not try to meet the challenge, and outweigh these negative forces that are present out there. And that makes a lot of sense. And all animals that have been studied in one form or another show this. Even the worm that I mentioned earlier, the elegans with 302 neurons, it can effectively keep up in challenging situations. We've done this with zebrafish, tiny little transparent fish. You can give them a challenging situation and they give up. But then if you stimulate a couple of very specific brain regions in particular ways, you can motivate them to overcome the challenge. And if you inhibit those
Smokey,
regions,
how you
they
living,
give up
pimp?
much more.
What's good? How's fatherhood treating you? That's great. What's new, son? You slinging dick still like it's going out of style? How's Yeah, absolutely. How's your friend? How's the mom doing? All right, so I see that you are snowboarding behind a snowmobile. Is that correct? Well, that's what we're saying. Gears of War 5. All right. Did you figure out Did you figure out your housing situation?
I think it's what we call that.
Yeah, but like aren't you connected to that snowmobile?
Yes, there. Yes, no,
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is wind.
yeah. Cool.
All right, you gonna kill some motherfuckers right now? Shoot them.
Whatever.
Can you jump over that wall? Have you ever played this before?
Uh,
So this is all new to you? All right, you gonna shoot somebody? All right, let's see it.
ooh. Oh my god, I love this phone. When a game gives you a shit, what the fuck you doing?
Shoot them.
Just watch.
Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6?
I can't wait.
Do you know that you have to wait 373 days?
This is on my long way. I'll put it in further now. Fucking
I see it, but I don't see you using it on anyone.
there's no enemy.
All right, I just saw you shoot at no one.
Can't take part. Try this.
You have to restart. You have to do all that fucking behind that thing again. All right.
Oh,
What's your son's name again? Luca. When's the last time you saw Luca? Oh, that's beautiful.
that's father. No.
And how's his mom? What's his mom's name? Any chances that Smokey and Beth might get together? Like married?
No. No. I don't know.
But you're in a relationship with her?
Yeah.
All she does is fucking moan?
Yeah.
Like complain? sure.
How are you? How are you?
I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names.
How? How is not?
You're supposed to shoot it?
Uh, that,
Oh, there's the wall. Alright,
one like Trump
what's that?
wanted to go to war.
The, like Hadrian.
And I think I want to
Have you ever seen Hadrian's Wall?
know.
Dude, you don't know what Hadrian's Wall is? Hadrian was a Roman emperor who built a wall in Britain, and then in the last like 2,000 years, a lot of it's been used as like the stones and stuff to mark off farmers' borders.
No way.
Yeah, he used it. He used the wall to fend off the Celts.
What year?
Um, like 1,800 years ago.
Oh, shit.
Word, Mockingbird.
Oh, shit.
All right, so you're using that thing again.
Oh, shit. Oh. Ow.
Are you on ice now?
I.
Oh, you just took fire. They just shot you.
I. I'm doing.
Park it. You have killed exactly 0 people.
Yep. I could.
Yeah, well, thanks for streaming that. Uh-oh. Cutscene. Autosave? Alright, are you gonna kill some people? Now you're in a forest? Okay, you just went underneath a tree.
What's it? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Did he just kill you?
Uh, oh my god.
Oh, that was tight. Help him up. That was tight. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Teamwork makes the dream work. You're not even gonna get killed with bullets. You're gonna get killed with ice. Welcome. How are you? Yes, you did. How'd you find out about me? Right. Was it from which Discord server? You joined me from e-girl world. That's cool. All right. I'm the hottest thing in e-girl world. I don't think that's desperate. You just want to find chicks who play video games. There's nothing desperate about that. All right, well, watch my man Smokey here. He's playing Gears of War 5. 1000%. No, it's $25,000 for that. Yeah, to get the world record, yeah, it's $25,000. Word. Yep. Yo, pimp. Yes, sir. What is a pot noodle? It's it's only one noodle. Is it like ramen?
Oh no. Enemies. Robots. There you go. Hold on. Milk is good for you. You drink milk?
Yep.
Not on a pot noodle. One time. Around my area. Right. Back to it, I suppose. Oh my god. Dude. Let's move. Let them fuck around. get this shit done, dude. I've got to think. Oh, oh, get in there, bitch. Bitch. You got in there, bitch. Mm. Man, hold on, I'm just sorting out my pot now. Oh, yeah. Mm. Nearly ready. A bit longer. Right. I'm gonna pause. Saved.
Alright, you do you, baby.
Sorry. Ah, that's all. It is maybe done. You paused your video to watch me game.
Welcome to
Our, like, contribute to our survival, depression, motivation of use of it. Sometimes it's nice to just get the hell up and huddle with penguins, right? Versus unknown reason. Venture out on your own, um, like a David Goggins type character. What's the difference you between patient rigorous um, psychoanalysis? I don't know we talk therapy, psychoanalysis. They're neighbors and they overlap things.
They're neighbors. Psychoanalysis, it's they're relatively, it's not nearly done as much as the talk therapy, like the cognitive behavioral therapy I mentioned. Uh, the psychoanalysis is a little more niche now, and partly because it's not, data isn't, in terms of actual treatment, of actual therapeutic effect, data not as supportive as for cognitive behavioral therapy. But it's still interesting for insight. A lot of people still do it, gain insight into themselves. And in general, good sort of conversation starter. Those methods, they're good for getting things out. We don't focus on dreams typically these days in psychiatry, but they're great conversation starters. They're great ways to get things out if people have. Uh, so we like to use those methods just to get the ball rolling, get people to, but the actual treatment does not to involve these psychoanalytic approaches where you are really probing mind and its manifestation through dreams, for example. That's the goal. That's not the goal. Modern talk therapy, we're not treatment. Get people.
Yeah, I use that as a conversation over the Freudian thing where I try to delve at a bar of the deep sexual desires in a person's subconscious. I find that opens up possibilities. No, I mean, this is a really sounding question, but what's the difference between cognitive behavioral therapy and conversation? So, because I personally am a fan of conversation, like listening to podcasts um, versus like audiobook. I like both. They're very different. And I like conversation. I like it makes me personally very anxious. So I like to be a listener. Like a third wheel, like overhearing a conversation kind of thing. But it's a really powerful method for humans to explore each other's minds, raw conversation. So, do you think you'd be more productive to be very systematic about it, or is conversation itself the art form of helping each other, understanding each other, and helping each other?
There are forms of talk therapy that are essentially conversation, or they much more approach pure conversation. There's a befriending therapy. There's interpersonal therapy. These are approaches that are purely talk therapy, but they're not as structured as cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy, there are manuals, there are guidelines. You can almost go through it in a very cookbook way. There's homework that you get done. So it's in its fullest form, very different from these more conversational strategies. But what's interesting is sometimes people compare them. So you'll see like randomized controlled studies comparing cognitive behavioral therapy with personal therapy, for example. And they both work. And actually, in some studies, comparable. Um, so, to your point, conversation and insights that come from conversation, if done well, if done artfully, as powerful.
This reminds me of Robin Williams. So I have to ask several questions here on that. One of my favorite movies is Good Will Hunting. I don't know if you've seen it with Robin Williams. So, as a psychiatrist yourself, can you do a deep analysis of this other famous psychiatrist movie character played by Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting? Is it just a caricature between a psychiatrist and patient relationship, or is there something to you with those movies about the ability to connect with this obvious struggling young kid?
You hit on the key there, which is the depth of the connection. If there's two powerful connections that can impair therapy because it could impair communication. Someone has sees the relationship in a particular way, like in a friendly way, maybe or like a parental child type way, that can cause problems because then what they choose to share, what they choose to bring up, is selected to be appropriate for that view of the relationship. And so I and many other talk therapists actually prefer not to let things get, um, not let the connection get messy. You want to have trust, you want to have a therapeutic alliance, sometimes call it, um, but it's got to be enough of a blank slate that the patient is not consciously or unconsciously constrained. And so, great movie, great actors, all good, no complaints, except realistically, the relationship should be a little more arm's length.
So that's real life. Sometimes can't you leave a little bit of yourself in the interaction with the patient? I mean, another human being.
So it's a balance, and actually you do need some of it because let's say this person is having challenges, interpersonal challenges in their life. The best way to notice what those are and to identify them and to work with them is if you can elicit problems in in the office in the therapeutic interaction. And this is really powerful. As long as you're alert to it, aware of it, don't let it go out of hand. Transference, call it, when you transfer in between current therapeutic relationship and external relationships that you may have had with others. And so if the therapist starts to feel an inner feeling like anger, let's say, so they have a patient who's experiencing frustration or even in cases anger, the best thing for the therapist to do in that case is to recognize it and to realize that's probably being heard by other people in the patient's life, and that could be the source of a lot of problems. And so instead of trying to wall it off, say, oh, I shouldn't be feeling that, better be a better therapist, instead recognize it, use it, and help the patient that way. And so you've got to be a human being, you've got to be a person who feels, you've got to be open.
Be in control of it and be aware of it. If I may, I just want to probably one of the greatest in movie history because Robin Williams. So this is a very interesting interaction. So
Welcome.
well, and I'm sure this is an interaction.
How are you?
Maybe with a therapist and patient, father.
How's your day going? Happy birthday, my friend. How many is it? Amazing. Well, what'd you do for your birthday? Hey, man, it's better than nothing. What's on your agenda for tonight? Well, very cool. What games do you like to play? Excellent. Well, if you want, feel free to stream it in here. We just had Smokey streaming Metal Gear Solid 5 in here, so feel free to stream whatever you want. I'm amazing, baby. Just watching a podcast on physics. This one's actually on psychology, and we were just watching Smokey play his game, just enjoying life. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's Lex Friedman podcast. I think Lex Friedman podcast is very good. Talks about AI and physics, mathematics, computing, international relations. It talks about computing and AI and international relations and health. It's very good. Oh, it's called the Lex Friedman podcast. Lexfridman. Excellent. Well, I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Feel free to watch Lex Friedman with us, and if you have any questions, comments, or answers, feel free to provide them. Right, right. Catmandu, baby. Excellent. Well, feel free. Sleep in here, man. Sounds great, Timothy. Well, happy birthday, my friend. You're welcome, big dog.
But you should bring it like the community is strong. And there's a critical analysis painting that basically, describes pretending as if you can understand another human being, but just painting. Sean gets that contrast, raw intelligence. Sean says he's never been out of Boston, right? All the Boston accent, by the way. And then Sean gets, I asked you about art. You probably give me the and about every art book ever written. Michelangelo, you know a lot about him. Life's work, political aspirations, him and the Pope, sexual orientation, the whole work, right? But you can't tell me what it smells like in this apple. You never actually sit there and looked up at that. I asked you about women, you'll probably give me a silver, your personal favorite. You may have even been late a few times. The language here is just beautiful. But you can't tell me what it feels like to wake up next to a woman and feel truly happy. You're a tough kid. I asked you about war, you probably know Shakespeare, right? Probably not, but let's say. Once born to preach to friends, you've never been near one. You've never held your best friend's head on your lap and watch him gasp his last breath, looking to you for help. I asked you about love, you probably quote me a song. You never looked at a woman truly vulnerable, known someone who could level you with their eyes, feeling like God put an angel on earth just for you, who could rescue you from the depths of hell. You would know what it's like to be her angel. To have that love for her, be there forever, anything, through cancer. And you would know about sleeping, sitting up in a hospital room for months, holding her hand, the doctors see in your eyes, the terms visiting hours don't apply to you. You don't know about real love, because that only occurs when you love something more than you love yourself. I doubt you ever dare to love anybody that much. I look at you, I don't see an intelligent, powerful man. I see a cocky, scared, shitless kid. But you're a genius, Will. Recognize that. No one can possibly understand the depths of you. You presume to know everything about me because you saw a painting of mine. You ripped my fucking life apart. You're an orphan, right? You think I know the first thing about how hard your life has been, how you feel, who you are, because I read Oliver Twist? Does that encapsulate you? Personally, I don't give a shit about all that.
Pick
You
up
know
the
what?
gun.
I can't learn anything that I can't read in this fucking book. I want to talk about you. I'm fascinated. And if you don't want to do that, do sport. You're terrified. Say, you're a movie, chief. Well done, sir. I know it's a movie. It's interesting, right? So some of that conversation is some intellectual level. Too. It's not just emotional. It's something. Uh, that is that's a lot of work for a therapist. Like, to really understand another. Cause he's. I mean, yeah, I know this is fictional, but just the calculation. He cares say the words that the other person needs to hear, but also a little bit loses himself, the pride, but then catches himself again, from anger to connection.
A lot is brought up there. That you're right. There has to be some emotion. The therapist care enough, going, probing to open up. And he's doing something right. He revealed a lot about himself, his abilities, but that gave him authenticity. He had to open himself up so that the kid would see the authenticity and open himself up in return. So, how do you do that as a psychiatrist and therapist? You have to be careful. You don't want to do too much, but opening up a little bit does help. It does create a chance. You're offering up something, and that helps the patient come back in return. And it gives you that believability.
You pay the price for that, opening it up.
You can.
You have a family, incredibly like research, like you're doing a lot of things in the world. The price you pay for like
Well, this is one of the terrifying things about writing. I do open up in a little bit about my own challenges, and that was a considered. I could have done the patient work and the science work and the history of the human family work and tied it all together, but it wasn't. In an early draft, it was like that, but it wasn't real yet. It wasn't something that everybody could connect with. And I realized, look, if I'm going to do this, I've got to myself, and then people can connect with me and really thing. So I did, and that was not I'd gone in planning to. In retrospect, I learned a lot about myself. It's actually really, I think, a good thing that I did, but scary.
where are the darkest places you've ever gone in your life?
I had haven't always been personally or professionally. I had moments. I was effectively a single dad for a while, a number of years, and these came at probably the hardest, also professional life times for me too. The absolute hardest days of late medical school, internship, taking calls, getting up at 3 a.m., surgery, uh, medicine, forgiving environments, and then all the while, personal life, stripped down to the bare. And these were low moments, and then I was hit particularly hard by just experiences on the clinical ward, connecting to patients, like, a child with a brain tumor and feeling it too strong. And those things, uh, when you get down to the lowest low moments, everything is stripped away, and only this raw core. That's pretty hard. That was probably the lowest moment, and you learn a lot about yourself and what's left, and then what are the roots out from there, and that can be powerful to in yourself.
Have you thought about killing yourself?
Not, I have not,
Have
and
you seen that thought in the
I am fortunate that has not come to my mind, and I have not. And in some ways, I've wondered if that's made me, am I a less, effective psychiatrist because of that? I've felt everything stripped away. I've been at the lowest of the low, yet there's a light of hope still at the end. Right? I don't know. Right?
You never lost during these moments that. What was,
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
There was no reason.
I don't know why.
No reason to feel hope at that moment.
Just a light without. What wisdom do you draw from that time? About first of all, you said something funny. I wonder if it's somehow not having thoughts of suicide limits your capacity to truly understand somebody having those thoughts. So how many psychiatrists in order to be a psychiatrist?
This is a really interesting question. I think everybody knows, and I can say this, that psychiatrists can be a little unusual. We think about ourselves, right? We think about our brains. That may be one reason why we become psychiatrists. We think, oh, that's interesting going on in there. What's that about? So a little introspective, a little introverted, maybe, and that's can make us good. But also that, and they select for people who have aspects, but you don't have to have. There's a lot that can go wrong in the psychiatric realm. I think having some of those, but not all of it, is enough. Get to see how low things can get get empathy from that, even if the symptoms are not the same.
Empathy for struggle, for suffering. Do you yourself have to practice observing triggers, human operating in the world?
I've definitely those skills that have come from therapy. I found them. I noticed that we've all been through experiences where we wonder, oh, I got really mad at an interaction. Why did I get that mad? Yeah, sure, maybe I could have been irritated, but man, why did I? And then thinking about it, realizing, okay, back up here, think about the broader context, about how that relates to prior events in my life. Okay, yeah, so this is a thing for me. When something of this class happens, then it triggers me. So going forward, I'm going to be aware of that. And I've definitely used that because you don't want to be out of control of those emotions. You want to identify them. You want to know where they come from, and you want to have them off as a civilized trying to get with other people. You want to understand.
Return to Robin Williams for a second. Robin, the actor, you mentioned for depression and everything going well. And I think there's a lot of people know them where they suffer quietly. Like from the outside perspective, they have everything going for them. They're at the top of their career. And two people that come to mind are Robin Williams and Anthony Bourdain. What insight do you have in why why Robin like comedian, one of sort of the most jolly humans? Obviously, there was always the darkness that he was channeling in order to present the happiness. But it seems like that realness is only possible when you're self-honest and analytical, and then if you're deeply self-honest, you realize that there's a lot of life that you can discover, and that how can you possibly take your own life? All thoughts. I think a lot of people love Robin Williams. I was really how can him? How can even Robin Williams take his own life? I don't know if there's something depression.
action of suicide is not well understood. It doesn't always, although often is correlated with depression. There are cases of suicide where there is not severe depression. That's in a minority.
By the way, if I just let me, because that is so interesting. Action of suicide. There's also thoughts of suicide, and probably those probably somewhat understood. Interesting, because you can think of suicide, you have suicidal ideation. You think of that for and I mean, thoughts sometimes like painful thoughts, angry thoughts, that uh, fantasy. I was just make one to mention something that people become serious. I'm not going to meditate, but sexual fantasies, and I know there's people that have sexual fantasies that don't actually do that in real life. That sexual fantasy serves some kind of purpose in imagination only. And in that same way, suicide might serve a purpose in imagination only is very unlikely to lead to action. Yet there's other that maybe are more amorphous that action, and that lead. Yeah, that's fascinating, and that's such a philosophically powerful thought. Not exist. Like that question. That's this Sartre or Camus. 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 Like the question of why. Question. Yeah. Right.
So that's a great question, actually. There are other related questions. Some people may have the thought of suicide because there seems no point, there's no joy in life. That's one reason that some people sometimes it's not just the absence of joy, there's an active pain, an active pain. And that ability of that is enough to drive the thought of suicide. And then there are personal and cultural reasons as well. But the act of ending of the self, in all these cases, there's no real way to separate animals. No other animals, as we know, has this concept of this is myself, the situation is not tolerable, therefore I will end the self. To our knowledge, this is not something that can be studied in other animals. So it remains this uh, very poorly understood action. And in predicting it, what do we do as psychiatrists? We have this challenge. People come to the emergency room, they say they're suicidal, or their friends say they're suicidal, or they've taken some action that leads to death. What do we do? Well, there's a whole range of options. Was it a suicidal gesture in the sense of not intending death, or was the intent death? And if it was the intent death, what were the reasons? Are the reasons transient? Are they gone now? What's the probabilities? Be repeated. So we do all these things to decide what sort of treatment should be carried out, but nowhere is there a deep understanding of the biology. So activity patterns that underlie the actions and the self. It's it's a frustrating thing. It's so timely, it's so common, it shows up in veterans, it shows up in kids, it shows up in people at every stage of life. And yet we're very bad at understanding, relatively poor at predicting it. Our tools are not very powerful. People in a locked unit, we give them care, therapy for a while. At some point, we release them, and it's one of the most frustrating the suffering that is linked to suicidality.
But it is a decision, and it is an action. And if you look at optogenetics, you should be able to one day sort of understand the dynamics in which we
individual causes then if someone is anhedonic, if there is no joy, that very likely is addressable by optogenetics. We know how to turn that dial very rapidly. The motivation to overcome challenges, that have some local understanding. psychic pain, internal negative state. You have actually a handle on that as well. There's a structure in the brain called the habenula and some linked structures around it that generate negative internal state that's active in a state of acute disappointment, acute outcomes that go wrong, not as expected. Moments of unexpected pain. Habenula is there. It means active to report on internal negativity with its action. You could imagine strategies to target the structure that might have the effect of reducing psychic pain, reducing the negativity. That is a very concrete hope. It's precise, it's anatomical, object with all the firm foundation we need to go after that question. So I think there is hope. If you look at the individual causes, individual symptoms,
like a puzzle. You put together the puzzle. By the way, I do think my habenula is very functioning, very active. And I wonder if it's like it's you can also learn to channel. Some of the things we suffer from, there's degrees of suffering, can be a source of progress, personal development, and all those kinds of things. That I uh, just suffered from stomach issues. I wonder if you this was all great. I kind of think a difficult life in some form. You get to choose in some regard, and some you don't. The difficulties you have and the ones you have, it's nice to use if possible. Sometimes it's nice to treat. Sometimes it's nice to use.
But you phrase it. I could be wrong, but you phrase it in a humorous way about your habenula. It seems to me that you're using that to good effect. Now, but one never really knows what someone else's internal state is. If I look at you, I don't know the depths of what's going on, and it's possible that it's a much harder situation there.
I actually worry about this a lot, so I'm extremely self-critical. Like, I understand my own mind, which is an interesting thing when you meet the internet, and the internet will tell you suck. But now, this is what I worry about. I'm very paying attention. But now it's really, I just have this like very negative voice. But that voice is very useful for productivity, and so I channel it. I just put it on the table and let that voice like talk to me. But I'm like monitoring that voice. Wrong the voice. You get older, your brain changes, or like and then that voice can now all of a sudden grow. It's right, and then you can't control it. So you have to be very careful with these guys.
Because you're very right about that. So my negativity, I have this. I never think I've done enough. Is sort of where my negativity comes from inside. I never think that I've met the potential of the moment. I haven't done. Made the most of the opportunities that are available. Still early. I haven't progressed as far as I should. And exactly as you're saying, that works for a while. But then what happens as you get later in life, less to that, and then maybe then the negative voice is a problem.
But also at that point, the negative voice starts having more and more of a point. So when you're being very successful, it's easy to be like, no, okay, well, like later in life, you're really literally just sitting there on a rocking chair doing nothing, and then it's or maybe any kind of tragedy happens, loss of a loved one, loss of a job, loss, or you get screwed over in some kind of way. I don't know. And all of a sudden, the negative voice, negative for days and days and days.
So I don't know about your example. I don't know what's going on at him. I don't know the nature of his internal state. Was the psychic pain that
may I interrupt it? Say this, they're getting posted. An examination of Robin Williams' brain tissue suggested that he suffered from, quote, diffuse LBWI, Lewy body dementia, LBD. Depression is a symptom of LBD, and it's not about psychology and neurology. His brain was falling apart.
Lewy body dementia, this is a very interesting neurological disorder where, among other things, there's neuron death. So you've got frank neuron loss. It's not just a matter of long-standing pain, but you've got a progressive loss. And so you've got a situation where he could have finally reached a point where the balance that he'd worked out between negativity and positivity was disrupted due to loss. The wrong cells died, the wrong projections were cut by the Lewy body dementia. Certainly dopamine neurons die in Lewy body dementia. Those are neurons that give rise to much of the feelings of reward and pleasure that we experience in other roles. So clearly, in his case, this is a very concrete cellular neurological issue that was progressive and pushed him to that point.
But what were you about to make a point about broader that there is not a neurological degeneration?
Yeah, so in his case, not knowing that, it could have been simply that, let's say he had an internal psychic pain state and in sort of a compensated mode, able to generate enough joy from his comedy and social interaction. And then, but eventually, later in life, the things drop away, the balance shifts, gets tired of fighting the pain for that long. And then you've got this time-dependent non-stationarity that happens, and then the same symptom becomes no longer tolerable. And
what is autism? What do we know about autism?
Beings exist on a spectrum of how social we can be, and this is pretty interesting, actually, scientifically, but also very important clinically. There are hypersocial states where people are too social. There are chromosomal deletion states where people have affinity and bonding and rich connections with people, very verbal. On the other end, people with autism spectrum disorder are not able to keep up with social interactions, and it's a spectrum. Some have mild to moderate difficulty. They may have inability to understand the next thing to do in a social situation is, but may have perfectly good language abilities. As you progress further along the spectrum, that gets more and more severe, so they can't make eye contact because it's overwhelming to think about what has to be done next if the person looks in a particular way. And then as you go farther, language and social communication themselves break down, so there's no reciprocity, there's no shared enjoyment. And as this gets very hard, then as you get this far into the spectrum where there's really an absence of social cognition at all, so why does this exist? It's very genetic. As I mentioned, it's one of the top 3 or 4 most biological, in the sense of most genetically determined the psychiatric illnesses. It does have these interesting positive correlations, like positive correlations with intelligence and education. And the reason for that is kind of interesting to think about. If there's something good about it, just like, or at least part of the spectrum is good about it, just as we were talking about for depression, say for mania, you could say for schizophrenia. And here it's kind of interesting to think about the underlying science of what it means to be good at a social interaction. Someone who's very good at social interaction, incredibly good at dealing with unpredictable information, is able to handle torrent of information coming through, rapidly changing model of the other person, of the interaction, their model of you, your model of them. Each word that changes, with each information that comes into the conversation, body language, all this rapidly changing people are able to keep up with that fire hose information perfectly well. But that's a special brain state to be in. That's working with unpredictability. That's, you know, the only way that can be done is most likely by constantly running models of what the other person might be about to say. You know, you can't stop and think, oh, what did that word mean? What did that shift in eye contact mean? You know, what do they mean together? There has to be some advanced work going on where you're predicting what's going on if you're to keep up with a rich and fast social interaction. Now, on the flip side, there are brain states that maybe don't have to work so fast that are extremely important. So dealing with something that's not moving or that's predictable, still complex, like a mathematical proof or a very complex arrangement of geometrical shapes, a large number of individual non-moving things, possibly a way of being particularly good at dealing with the static, unmoving, or predictable situations, and less so with these rapidly changing social situations. And so the way I conceptualize autism is these are people whose brains are not so good with the high bit rate, unpredictable information, but maybe quite good, given enough time, given the grace to work with the system, look at it from different angles, take different perspectives, the confidence that it's not changing between perspectives. That's a brain state that's valuable. It's something that has probably has contributed to a lot of the success of the family, being able to design something, being able to consider the all the different contributions to a static, predictable.
So autism, in a sense, is a spectrum that has identifiable characteristics about the way people deal with dynamic information, often express themselves as like social dynamic information.
But your use of the word often there is really smart because it's not just social interaction that is a challenge. And so many people conceptualize it purely as a social dysfunction disorder. But it's really any unpredictable situation that's a problem, that's a challenge for people on the spectrum. They react very negatively to unexpected sounds, if not social sounds, unexpected lights, unexpected touches. And so it's really unpredictable information that, in my view, the core problem with the problem. Not just social. Social just shows up because it's so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, I try to not to think about that stuff. I'm afraid about disorders and things like that because, like, I don't like economics. Very, I want to be careful with it because it's whenever you have a category or a model, it's for everything. It's the OCD thing. I like models too much. I like categories too much. The moment you acknowledge yourself, well, have an eating disorder, for example, or something like that, as opposed to just I'll just, I'll just leave it at that for my own critical understanding of myself. Let's just say I don't know how to moderate eating fruit. People make fun of me. They think all fruit is healthy. I know. I don't. Well, I don't know how to moderate anything, but even fruit. This apples and cherries. And anyway, psychiatrists say um, but uh, but there's characteristics, and I. It's interesting to think about. For example, I have trouble making eye contact, but actually, as you said it now, it's not that I'm shy at all. That's sense. It's literally I'm getting way too much information and it's distracting. Like I need to close my eyes so I can like all the things that people seem to be able to do like, in parallel. It's just you just asked me a question. For me to think about the answer to that question, I can't have visual information coming my way.
Yep.
That's literally because I often close my eyes and think. It's not because I'm afraid of something, whatever. It's just like too much information happening here.
Well, that's a beautiful description. It's amazing that that is how you experience the eye contact aspect. I think that's, I mean, you've articulated what, you know, captures it for so many people, which is that it's overwhelming. There's just too much information just coming in through the eyes, and to keep up with it, no, you're going to be expected to keep up with it. First of all, so that aspect, you learned socially that there's going to be an expectation if you're making eye contact. People are going to think you're keeping up with it, and you don't want to because you focus on other things, make progress in other, dimensions. Yeah, and so that then there's a strong desire to look away or to close the eyes because this overwhelming distraction could cause errors of understanding.
And of course, our eyes, that's part, the way we use our eyes is part of the communication step to kind of be aware of that element of it. So yeah, I mean, but it's fascinating. You should be aware of your own self and those characteristics, whether it's classified on some aspect of the autism spectrum or in general, whether it's eating, whether it's depression, whether it's like schizophrenia. But I hope we get to talk to a little bit. Yeah, but those things are all made of different symptoms and characteristics, and use them as a power. I suppose is the best we can hope for in mild cases. Yes.
I do think both brain states can coexist at the same time. The way of dealing with something unpredictable, dealing with unpredictable, those are different ways of being. Here's a huge opportunity for very creative model building, theoretical neuroscience, and to these data streams we're getting across the brain that we talked about earlier, immense data sets of activity across the brain. Here's where I think there could be a real convergence of theoreticians and experimentalists say, okay, given what we know about wiring of the brain, here is what the brain state is likely to be that deals well with predictable information. And here's the brain state that deals with predictable information. Here's why they're incompatible, at least at the same time. Here's why you've got to be able to which state you should be in. Here's how you could switch. Here's the kind of cells that you would predict, like predicting Higgs boson. Here's the kind of circuitry that I would predict should govern switching, or might make one state too tricky, hard to get out of. Right?
Yeah.
That is a huge opportunity for interaction for the theoretical and experimental.
One state too sticky. Measure the state, how to lessen get some oil in the machine.
Yeah. Predict the kind of oil work well.
What in practice treatment or advice for people on the autism spectrum?
So right now there's no real medical treatment. There are behavioral treatments that are most effective early in life. They make sure people don't fall too far behind. If you're not interacting socially, you create this vicious cycle where you fall farther and farther behind because you're not interacting. And these therapies, which are applied early in life, therapists work with the kids, train them to deal with these things that otherwise would be aversive to them, teach them how to predict things, interact, and that has a big effect. But it's behavioral therapy, no medicine. There are ways of individual symptoms that sometimes come along with those response medication. So you can think very often my patients with autism are very anxious because they live in a world that they have a really hard time predicting what's going to happen. And so they find some of these are high functioning, Silicon Valley types. They may make great livings, but they're very unhappy because they're on the spectrum. They don't understand how social interactions really work. They're very anxiety provoking because they don't know what to say. They don't have any clue how anybody else knows what to say. They're constantly worried they're going to say something that's inappropriate, so they're very anxious. I treat their anxiety. It doesn't touch the autism per se, but I can help them.
What I just talked about is eye contact. I am rich in those eyes closed and all those kinds of things. Rich, and it's not like you're afraid of the world or you're not able. I don't know what to do. No, I know everything. I know way too much. So many cool options. At any one moment, there's all this stuff happening, and it's all. And at any one moment, you can do anything you want. You take off your clothes. You can punch that guy over there. You can run away. You can go in for a hug. You can say something profound, or you can say something generic, or you so many things that are, and then go unravel in all these kinds of ways. And the moment life changing, or it can be mundane, and all of those before you at any one moment. So it's amazing and overwhelming if you allow yourself to think about it. Which, whatever, like, unfortunately, yes, you have that option. Dimensional strain is there is unlimited possibilities and unlimited beautiful things happening all around you. So I don't think kind of sense that somehow you're limited your the place of in the way you can see the world and how you can interact with that world. I am overwhelmed by the lack of that all of us should be. If you looked around, you could do whatever the hell you want. Nobody will remember you anyway. All of us will be dead one day. You can do anything. You can, I don't know, get naked and run around the city as long as you're not hurting anybody, and it doesn't matter.
So often, I mean,
That exactly. Item for anybody, for sure.
but you know, the spectrum is an interesting concept because that is when I say when I refer to the spectrum, I'm actually referring to it's a precise clinical term. But you're right, it's co-opted more broadly, and it is widely used. It can be an unfair categorization of someone who's socially and occupationally very healthy. And that is critical because we don't define a disorder unless social or occupational disorder. It doesn't matter what the. I've had patients who are pleasantly hallucinating, so frankly psychotic, but doesn't affect their lives. So I don't give that person as a diagnosis because there's not occupational dysfunction. Same with anything on this, any of the diverse symptoms of autism spectrum disorder. If someone has them, but they're successful in occupation, we don't say that it's a disorder. But then you're right, the concept of the spectrum does become a useful, thing, which is maybe not the best thing.
Yeah, and the eye contact is interesting. It's interesting. I'm torn on it. I'm torn about the usefulness of eye contact because people kind of make fun of it. But let me just say one thing about eye contact and about life in general. It's okay to be weird. But like some people, when you have your eyes closed and there's that weird what is happening to the creature, like weird creature on the side of the road, it's interesting. And you want to, I mean, the weird stuff. I'm gonna go back to Robin Williams. That's good stuff, right? He has that whole about him and his wife, and what he loves all those little peculiarities, all the weird stuff, and that like let those flourish. Let those like celebrate those in yourself, not in some kind of woke way, but in some like very human way. It's what makes us weirdness.
I'm percent on board with that. I don't think people who are happy and who have lives who are happy with them. These are, I think, let the weirdness flourish. Let the all the different ways members of the human family can be different. Let's see them all. That's one of the joys of life is seeing all the ways we can be human. And I think about it all the time. Why do we have all these ways of being human? And within one individual, you go through phases of life where you express different sides of your way of being, which is also right. You can go through phases where you're in one mode, phases of another mode. Let that, just let that flourish too. Let the ways that can you vary as well. I think that's important for people to explore.
And I should, like I said, you can address the internet, but I would like to sort of ask the internet to celebrate the weirdness of people. Like that's the Robin Williams. People call these imperfections, but they're not. That's good stuff. For any one individual person, find the weird stuff and celebrate it, as opposed to what often does, which is find the weird stuff and criticize it. Because when you criticize weird stuff, you're creating conformity. There's another, but that conformity creates a boring world. You want the crazy. That's what fun is made of. That's the foundation of humor. All the ways in which we deal with the suffering in the world, with injustice in the world. It's like variety. Uh, yeah, I don't know. That's the society. Uh, Knowledge the weird, celebrate the weird, step around it, find particular aspects of weird that are debilitating. They're somehow negatively affecting the ability to function, as opposed to trying to get it all down. Well, on that topic, I'd love to talk to you about schizophrenia. What is schizophrenia? Your research now understanding what is the full landscape of suffering, and the schizophrenia explores.
Schizophrenia is a state where there is a break from reality. So this can show up as we call them the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. These include hallucination, hearing something or seeing something that's not there, usually auditory hallucinations. Paranoia, you can have complex fears, delusions, call false beliefs. People get an extremely unshakable, completely plausible idea about sometimes related to self, the world, break from reality as we know it. Then there are the negative symptoms that come with it. These are progressive, these are flattening of emotion, as we call it, so starting to express less and less positive emotion, more in a neutral, flat state. Thought disorder, inability to work with complex patterns of planning. You can't make plans, you have working memory, you can't keep track of where you were in a conversation, sequence of actions. So, or an impaired working with the thought of oneself, and then these positive break from reality. Okay, now why do these come together? What's the neurobiology of it? Again, we don't know. Schizophrenia is extremely genetically determined. But the numbers could be upwards of 80% genetically determined. 1% of the population around the world is universal. Okay, it's not confined to any one culture, not even really biased. Culture or another, about 1% around the world. And has this progressive quality to it untreated. Interesting, there's a break that happens, first break, when someone experiences the first disruption of reality. They can have a completely typical life up until that point. So you might have I've seen just heartbreaking cases like this the Stanford emergency room where kids who's come there who's been extremely high functioning in that sense of academic achievement and athletic and underlying paranoia hits or some auditory hallucinations start, screamed at by those kind of stuff. Comes on also often a little later, and it can be progressive if it's not treated. Progressive and progressive, the voice becomes overwhelming, the paranoia, and the negatives in particular become more and more severe, so one can't even thoughts in order. And then eventually, death can be fatal. Suicide, it can lead to dramatic accidents. It can be treated. There are medications that help. Unfortunately, they have side effects. They're not perfect. They have problems and actually a whole host of different side effects that come from medications. But they can help people with very, very significant. But the amazing thing, this is problematic of psychiatric hands, have this understanding, like with depression, have that part as a pump level of understanding that we like to have, despite it being so biological.
So there are ways once a way to return to the other side of the first break. When you have a break with reality, it's a way to kind of stitch it together.
So some people that works, but we don't really know how. So medications, antipsychotic medications, they block a particular neurotransmitter receptor called the serotonin receptor, and they modulate dopamine as well and other neurotransmitters. Can take someone who's actively hallucinating, actively paranoid, put them back in a people stay that way indefinitely. So you can bring people back from that back to the other side, have it stick together. Or typically end up in some intermediate state where there's a symptoms are reduced powerfully, but there might be still something there, and you've got a drop down in functioning with maybe for a while. But concepts, what physically is going on? One idea is that it's communication within the brain. One part of the brain is not able to tell other parts of the brain what it's doing. So the auditory hallucinations are very interesting in this regard. They often have this conversational inner monologue quality. We're walking on the street, we may have an inner monologue, thoughts about what's going on. We see somebody we don't like, we may have a thought, wish somebody would punch that guy, something like that. Maybe I should punch that guy. But these are so far below where we would ever, act or even think of acting. But they're just things that come up, and people with schizophrenia, those inner thoughts, that inner monologue is not recognized as the inner monologue of the self, so it's perceived coming from the outside, or from inside, but from another.
I thought you meant like another room inside the same building.
Another room
inside there, yeah.
And so that's it could be conceptualized as a in the brain process, notifying another part of the brain. And there's some evidence.
I don't know if you can help with this, but I sometimes quite a few hang out at night and talk to interesting people. Some of them I've known people in the past, and some of them like self-describe as that as something they suffer from, and they seem to understand something. I don't know if it's or maybe it's another aspect of like depression and all those things that I've encountered in my own life. Maybe the struggle and the suffering is taking you through a life about life. Like it's like self-reflection that society forces on you because it's a disorder of some kind. Is it interesting? I guess
notice that it's not always positive. There's unusual ways to view the world, but it's always interesting. And it could be conspiratorial, like the theories they have a lot of way to function. It's often very well read. It's also interesting because they're almost like looking for helpful answers somewhere. And so there might be citing very interesting literature and using that to, there's a stickiness in their mind to different models of the world and trying to make sense of that models of conspiracy theories. They're very how likely their explanations are, but you're right, there's a depth of consideration of the complexity of the world and a concern about it and medical literature, classical. The patient, James Matthew, sketched out for his doctor, uh, drew himself as a cowering figure on the ground, controlled by a loom device sending threads, long threads, projections across space from to him, to his arms, to his body, and controlling him from afar. It was the air loom there. And such an evocative thing because this was the start of the Industrial Revolution, or and it was where, really industrial strength, looms and heating devices was really kind of the emblematic of the most complex, powerful technological achievements of the time. And that was the explanation available to explain how his body was being without his volition. And these days, of course, training will have more technology appropriate interpretation. They'll have a satellite or alien control or beamed information. Very, very common to have this illusion of government agency, sending electromagnetic or frequency information to control their limbs. Same thing, whether it's a thread from the Industrial Revolution or RF radiation, it's the same thing that's adapted to the moment, trying to explain the world they live in and their relationship, but unconstrained by sort of socially acceptable, crushing in danger. I wrote down a question: why do we cry? Are tears a window to the depths that we ourselves don't know? I almost want to make fun of myself with that question, but you talk about crying. In fact, the whole first chapter really tells us crying as a why do we do it? Why is it involuntary? It seems like a weakness, right? It's because it's involuntary. It's reflecting true and inside. At the level of the individual, that seems like a problem, right? Wouldn't it be better if we could control it, if we could not show that emotion, not show it, but it's not. It's largely voluntary. And so there's a value to it, I think, as an honest reporter of a need, of hope and frailty at the same time. I'm a human being. There's a frailty to myself or my situation where I need social help. I need help from my community. I have hope that is possible, but I'm not enough for myself. I need that I think is what the social signal of crying is. Now, people study crying. It's a quantify the extent to which the presence of tears on the face triggers reactions. Show the same things, presence or absence of tears. Show that people are quantifiable numbers, psychological conditions. And tears are much more powerful at stirring desires than any other facial feature, which is pretty interesting that it's the honest one that's also the most powerful, right? logic to our design as social beings. We have an honest hard to.
Is it well understood what that connects to eternal state motion?
Yeah. There are long-range projections that come. Where's crying generated? This is the confusing thing about it. So you have a little tear duct, the lacrimal gland, that leads to the release of fluid, it ejects fluid, and it comes out. And those, of course, that whole system was designed to keep the eye clean, to wash out particulate, irritants. So it's long-standing. As long as we've had eyes and have been out of the water in our evolution, sort of thing. So long-standing biological structure, recently co-opted, it seems, by our evolutionary primates. Now, how could that happen? Well, the lacrimal gland is controlled by structures, structures just above our neck, between our neck and our head, and reflecting its ancient origin. Right? As you go farther down to the spinal cord, these are the more basic, early evolved structures. In the pons, that's where breathing is controlled. Here, duct contraction, and what we found in optogenetics, we have to sort this out. There are long-range projections from fear and anxiety regions in the forebrain that project all the way to the pons and around those areas. The reason those are there, we think, is to regulate the respiratory rate changes, the breathing changes of fear and anxiety. We know when we're in a state of fear and anxiety, it's better if we have elevated heart rate, elevated respiratory rate, more blood pumping around, more oxygen in the blood, we're ready to meet the threat that happens. All those cells are down there in the pons, right next to the lacrimal duct, tear gland neurons. So certainly, the fear, anxiety, and crying arose from a very slightly directed long-range projection that was there to regulate breathing. And a little twist, just a little misdirection, a little missing of one fine stop here, going on a little farther, getting to the lacrimal gland neurons gave us crying.
And we just have it. That peculiar structure, neuronal structure that resulted in that. That's stuck with, and it ends up being, in terms of social interaction, one of the more important, authentic, voluntary displays of inner state, social communication. Yeah, there are other stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I mean, the human face is fascinating. They have the function of display of truth, lying, and all those kind of things. I personally, I mean, we're all have different sensors that are sensitive to certain aspects of the human face, but like the eyes are really important. Talk to Botox. It always bothers me when women speak negatively of, I guess you can call them wrinkles, that they of an eye, but like smile, when you wink, not wink, but like narrow the eyes, something is communicated, and that stuff is really and when it's gone, something, and a lot of little stuff, it feels like really, it's almost involuntary, I guess, but it's harder to describe as present perhaps with tears. Like something about this person, you can tell they're not.
That was what made, presumably, that peer recruitment so powerful, is it just landed in this very high value real estate for social communication. Gone to, there's a lot of neurons in the pons that control, movement of large muscles elsewhere. That would have been much less effective as a social signal. So it was, however that little misdirection happened, it landed in a great area for social communication. And because it was coming from the fear and anxiety circuits that regulate that necessary involuntary heart rate and respiratory rate, it also was involuntary, and that became valuable as a truth signal as social. So, very very interesting when you think about the origins of family, the origins of social structures, our ability and need to call for help when there's hope, but need at the same time.
What is consciousness? So you're actually using technique. I mean, putting psychiatry aside, just looking at optogenetics, you're trying to understand some of these deep aspects of the mind. You mentioned you might have an opinion on the theory of everything in the mind. It's surely answering what consciousness is. Well, I'm not sure. Like it's a fundamental part of the human experience in the mind, and solving that question will result in solving the thing about the mind. The flip side could be consciousness is just the neurons that are generating useful things that make us like the sense of self talked about in the mice. Maybe it's a subset of those cells that are just creating a richer sense of self, and that's it.
So this is a great question. All neuroscientists think about this, and a lot of non-neuroscientists. It's such a the reason a lot of came to the study of the brain is to think about consciousness, and not just being awake or alert, but really sometimes called the hard problem of consciousness, which is what is that nature of that inner objective sense we have, not just information processing, but feeling something about the information. That's what is that inner state of subjectivity, physical, and that's called the hard problem of consciousness. And it's not an extremely well defined question. Everybody has sort of a sense of what it means, but it's such a hard problem because you run into paradoxes quite quickly the more you think about it. And that is exciting also because it makes us think actually there's a big thing that we're missing. The brain is not just a collection of little bricks. There's a big concept.
That's your sense of things. Because like flip side could be with genetics. There's an engineering question. Can you turn consciousness on and off like a light switch?
So here's where exactly consciousness frames the problem extremely well, and it frames it the following way. So I told you earlier that we can simulate 20 or 25 cells in the visual cortex of a mouse. We can make it behave, and we can make its brain act as if it's seeing something that isn't there. We have that level of control that we can pick out 25 neurons, play in activity in both behavior and in the brain. Okay, now let's do a thought experiment, a Gedanken experiment, and let's play this out. Let's say we could do the same thing with every single neuron in the brain of a human being. Let's say we had total control, and I could do something like I could show you a rich, deep color red, and you could look at it and you would be aware that it's red, but also you might have some feelings about it. Something would be stirred in you, some subjective. You looked at that rich color red, and then I would take away the visual stimulus, and I would, in the thought experiment, I would, using hyperoptogenetics, I would play in exactly the same pattern of activity in every cell in your brain for as long as was needed, whatever, 15 seconds, something like that. That exactly matched what was going on when you were feeling that inner subjective sense. Okay, so in that thought experiment, the question for you is, would you be feeling that same inner subjective sense? Stimulus is gone, every neuron's doing the same thing because I'm controlling.
There's a philosophical question there. If you ask me specifically, I would say yes.
Good. Most people say that because it's hard to say no, right?
Very hard to say.
If every cell in your brain was doing what it was doing, what else could be different? How could
Well, most normal people would say yes. Of course, philosophers would then start saying no. They're the ones that say, um, I'm in to parallel. Sorry, it's a bit of an interruption, but if there's a robot that's conscious in front of you, if it appears conscious, then it's conscious. Like to me, of course, philosophers again speak up and say, well, no, how do you know it's conscious? Well, how do you know anything is conscious? So, as normal humans, we tend to lean on the experience versus kind of philosophical.
So the great thing about the what you just said, the Turing test, is very practical. That's conscious, but I think that's something. I like the thought experiment. I think it's actually more informative. So I'm halfway to the conclusion there. But let's take it as your answer was yes, that you feeling. Okay. Now here's where it gets fun. Now that every cell in your brain knows what it has to do, in the sense that we know it and we're providing it, your brain cells don't need to be in your head at all, right? The only reason they're next to each other, the only reason they're wired together is to affect each other, stimulate or inhibit each other. But we don't need that anymore because optogenetically we're providing that activity pattern. We're providing the effect of it. They don't need to be connected. They don't need to be in your head. I could spread your neurons all over the galaxy, and I could still provide the same stimulus pattern over 10 or 15 seconds to all those neurons. Somewhere, Lex Friedman would have to be, no longer existing as a physical object anymore, would be feeling that situation. And it's inescapable because it's exactly the same as the previous situation.
All the neurons have to be spatially, like the locality, right? There has to be spatially. And you talk about light, opto, which is funny because, light is the fastest traveling thing, of. Maybe let's not put them all over the universe because it might get relativistic. Let's just keep them out. Let's keep all your neurons, spread them over North America, okay? And let's play them out. Same pattern of activity. And right, it seems absurd, right? There's no way that could be true. There's no way that Lex would be feeling that internal sense if his neurons were spread all over North America. And yet, it's exactly the same as the previous situation where you said, sure. Wow, so we got a paradox. And this is what makes people say paradox, though? Sorry.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe paradox is the wrong word. We got a problem. We got a problem because it reveals that there's something big about that internal subjective state that we're not explaining. We don't really have hope of explaining it.
I think we have that internal have that internal subjective state. If not, then where the heck is the magic? Okay. Well, I think one of the problems that I think we need to let go of is we tend to, outside of the experience of consciousness, our problem with consciousness, we tend to think that we individual humans are special. Not the experience, the entirety, like the body that contains the local, the constraints of all the stuff that's together in the mind. That's a very, I don't know if that has anything to do with the mechanisms that are creating. So, in fact, one really nice way to break through that is to either observe or create consciousness that spans multiple organisms. So, like, let's say it's not an organism dependent phenomena. Phenomena can, in a particular way, it has evolved on Earth, but it's a phenomena that doesn't have anything to do with a specific biological.
Okay, so we have different parts of our brain exist and sometimes create complex awarenesses of things that involve different neurons that are distributed widely and that need to communicate with each other to form this joint representation, state of consciousness. But indeed, why do they have to be in the same head? We don't know why that would be the case if they do. And so that's a huge unanswered question in the field. is what is it that binds the activity of neurons together so they can form a joint representation. And actually, this comes back to the association we talked about before, where your sense of self becomes separated from your body. Those things that were fused in joint representation, same concept, theory, are now separate. And late 2020, we published a paper in Nature showing how this could be used after genetics to drive this rhythm, ketamine cause and retrospinal cortex. And we got different parts of the brain out of sync when they were active, never able to be active at the same time, never able to form a joint representation at the same time. So we've got a total question. We don't have the answer, but
and that mimics the dynamics of ketamine effects.
Exactly.
You're able to find that kind of oscillation. While honestly, if you get greater and greater control, more control of individual neurons, understanding. Like if you think of certain neurons as having some role to play in the sense of self, like an orchestra, that to create certain degrees of consciousness, degrees of subjectivity, and thereby understand what is consciousness. But by having a very complicated life.
Here's the challenge: is the nice thing about the thought experiment is it kind of highlights that we're going to hit a point where we're addressing some very, very fundamental questions. What allows the activity of the neurons to become mutually relevant to each other? This is in some ways maybe the deepest remaining questions in neuroscience. What allows activity patterns to become relevant to each other? Do they have to be in sync temporally? Do they need to be some other quality that we don't know about that also needs to be present to allow cells to fuse together into a joint representation?
Just so I understand, cool, very, very deep idea. There's a bunch of signals going on in the brain, and you're saying there could be something like a theory of everything if one truth is understand why, how, and why signals close to each other are becoming relevant to each other. That's part of some very bigger how they coordinate. It's very distributed, and that's within a distributed system. How is it ordered? And in a very specific kind of one of the intelligence that we're aware of in that something also an understanding of the full conscious experience, kind of coordination. How does the coordination between different neurons that are responsible for themselves? How do they begin from the big picture that we get the human experience? Really interesting. So uniting the small and actually uniting the small, the superior neuron function of the neuron with a big the function of the entire mind.
Both at the cellular level of resolution and the brain-wide resolution. Touch with either big insight. So that's what we're trying to do. Keeping grounded in the cellular resolution, trying to keep the broadest brain-wide perspective.
A lifetime major breakthrough dimension.
I have hope. It's very hard to predict what's happening with these things. If we don't get there, there'll be plenty of other exciting stuff.
Yeah. But the other aspect of this whole thing is that your life is pretty short. So first of all, you can die any day. I tend to try to think about that, and you can at any moment. If not, it'll be anyway, think about that. You think about your mortality.
I do, yeah. It comes back to what we talked about earlier. I never think I've done enough relevant to that, for sure.
There's a deadline. Do you think there's ever going to be a feeling where you sit back and you're really proud of yourself?
I hope so.
Like, I've done enough. I've done like the thing is, a warrior has some number of battles in them. And at a certain point, to be honest, it's like, well, that was a pretty good run. As far as running, that was pretty good. And you can hang up your helmet, go drink ale, lady. Yeah, I did pretty good.
It's something. Nature always has surprises for us. The curious mind is always after more. But biology gives us other rewards. Children and family, community.
Biology full of rewards, but do you think about those rewards? What do you think is the why of those life? The what's the why of biology? What does it want from us? Why are all these cells very busy together an organism? You're in a hurry to do stuff and survive, but it also doesn't. It's not happy being survived. Like I said, it's curious. It keeps wanting to get into more trouble. Why?
Yeah, that we're clearly designed for that, right? This is clearly designed to ask why, right? And that I don't know the meaning of all life. I think a meaning of our lives is that, and this is the Aristotelian happiness. That an organism is happy, an animal is happy, it's performing to its design, right? It's doing what it was made for.
Well, you have to understand what's the design, and who's the designer, and what were they up to, and how hard is it to build the whole universe? It does not even know what the hell they're doing because maybe the designer was to find out about themselves. That's what I would do. Like, if I had the power to build clones, I would build a lot of clones and I would get them in trouble. Understand, like, what am I designed? What's this body designed to do?
Working that way.
Exactly. And I dissociate myself completely from anyone like that. I know that. I mean, I suppose you could do that in a single body dissociation. But I do wonder what if you look at a collection of humans as a collection of biological organisms, something, and it just seems to be special to be a random experiment. It seems like it's an experiment that's cleverly designed by by some forces of nature that are beyond our current understanding. And maybe that's part of our why is the answer. I'm not sure that's part of the answer. I think we're given just the sufficiently limited cognitive capability that we know how to long find the answer and lack people. That's basically a summary of your career. No, and then we give each other Nobel Prize for direction. Carl, you're an incredible human being. I'm a huge fan of who you are, scientist, as a writer. I thank you so much. It's a lot of
Fun. Good again. It's really great. Your insights and are really quite rewarding.
Thanks. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Carl Dijkstra. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words Carl is knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of others. Thank you for listening. See you.
No right answers for anything involved in all trying to experiment and things I work on. I don't have I do anything every mind.
You're channeling ideas.
I believe close about anything. Embrace that your experience.
Following conversation with the greatest mind, known for the best of anyone's work, but genre of music, medium of art, medium of creating beautiful world. The list of musicians includes many great for the past 40 years, including Beastie Boys, Eminem, Metallica, LL Cool J, Kanye West, Slayer, Tom Petty, Johnny Cash, Hicks, Aerosmith, Adele, Danzig, Red Hot Chili Peppers, System of a Down, TNT, Black Sabbath, going for a long time. Rick, amazing. We became fast friends. It's real to say, and an incredible honor. I felt truly heard as a person. When I spent the day with him, he a delicious barbecue, talking about life, about music, about art. The conversation, an experience I'll never forget. Black Frequent Podcast, support it. Please check out our sponsor in the description. And now, my friend, are you nervous?
I'm not shaky, but I feel uneasy. I feel like when you start talking,
In this moment, but nervous. Let me start with Nietzsche. He said, without music, life would be a mistake. What do you mean by that? Let's talk some philosophy. Let's try to analyze future music a century ago.
seems like music has the ability to bring us so much depth in our soul. It's hard to access it in a way, and without it, we would be a lot beyond the pleasure of it. Um, it's a window into something else.
Something that no other medium can express quite the same way.
Not as automatically. Something about music can do it automatically. Maybe poetry or maybe abstract forms can get us there. But there's something about music that really can get us there quickly.
But it's also the time and place in history. Something about a lot of my family's something about driving to Jersey, Bruce Springsteen, and I'll get like emotional. Like listening to like I'm on fire. One of my favorite songs is haunting kind of strumming to it. It's not a strumming kick as a country feel, so almost like a Johnny Cash feel actually. I don't know, it makes me feel so for people who don't know, I'm on fire. That song, I guess a love song for a woman that can't have because she's married, she's with somebody else. I guess like a lot of love songs. But there's something about the haunted nature of the car, and it has to be driving through Jersey. And I feel like everyone has fallen in love with a Jersey girl at one point in their life. I don't know if that's for everybody, but I feel like that. I haven't, but I feel like that. in there. Um, that just takes you to a place of emotion that captures love, that captures longing, that captures the heartbreak of the way time flows in life, and the fact that and just all of that in a song. Yeah, what else can capture that?
I don't know. It's true that there's a connection between time and place. I certainly growing up on the East Coast didn't really resonate with me a lot of the time on the Eagles. When I lived in New York, the Eagles top didn't really speak to me. When I started spending time in California, driving through Laurel Canyon, all of a sudden the Eagles appropriate started.
Got it. Not until you went out west and found west. Really, like New York is sound. What other places sound in the United States?
I think everybody, and that said, sometimes we can get experience through music of a place. Like we can resonate with music and not understand why. And then maybe when we go to the place where it was created, it's almost like we have to know it's not a strange place.
Peter Ray Vaughan, Texas. You just listen to again. Woman you're missing, a broken heart, and all that connects to the Eagles. Song with Eagles. We're talking about like Take It Easy, or are we talking more like Hotel California?
I'm thinking Take It Easy, but both are great.
Yeah, there's certain songs that I started learning about when I was young. Like I would like to be the kind of person that not only knows how to play the song, but understands the song, and like have that song be something I played 20 years ago, and I've lived with that song for a while. Like Hotel California is an example. But obviously solo, but there's also the lyric, which I still don't understand. It could be about anything. And as you get older, I feel
True. I think when the person wrote them, they may have had one interpretation, not contingent on us getting that interpretation, like it or in some ways best art is open enough where artists can have their experience when they make it, and then the audience can have their experience when they listen. You don't have to be the same.
and then it connects thousands, millions of people together. Yeah, and then there's hear that music stuff together, like in a car. First of all, the car is a safety place. So I work hard on that topic. And you start to think, what are the things car stops being central American life? Um, the car ownership just feels like the car when you're alone. It's like a therapist thing session. You get angry at other humans, and then you get like sit in your own anger and emotion. You get to listen to a song on a long road trip and remember, like, run through your memories, the heartbreak. I don't know, one that got away, but also like moments. Yeah, and all in the car.
And driving curves to pay attention, not to crash, we essentially run on autopilot enough where we can be thinking about something else when we concentrate on the person past I if I have light out light, take care, breathe a more creative side of better
You know, I'm kind of jealous of people that found that in painting, drawing, or all that. They're coloring. Some people listen to podcasts that way. Some people listen to music that way. Yeah.
How do you do it? How do you free your mind?
Running is one of them. There's a process. Most freeing of the mind for me has to go through the process of a bit of pain for a bit. Difficult. It's just like an airplane taking off or something. That's it. Like, for example, running, the first 2 miles are first of all, physical aspect, which is like, you're out of shape, you're getting old, like that. Okay, that's slowly dissipates. And then demons come in, we're like, you should be that and this done, haven't got it done, you're like breaking promises, all this. And after that, or okay, just run with the wind at a very slow pace, wind, and then the activity design with the program stuff or high level life decisions. I used to feel engineering. I get like looking at airplanes, that this honest work. The end of it, that how good your work was. Those, yeah, it's not pure. The materials, the way you want to do it is you actually split the wood as possible and then glue it back together. Strong, except for the arches, that like arch bridges, a whole nother skill. You have to bend the wood. And it's so cool because the thing can hold thousands of times weight. And then you get to watch it explode at a certain point from the pressure, and we do a really good job. It doesn't explode in a kind of from weak point, it anticipates, it kind of starts cracking. Everything cracks, everything explodes, fly everywhere. And it's literally hundreds of hours of work explode in front of you. That's a metaphor for life, maybe. All for nothing, except for the journey that you took to get there. And no one understands. Speaking of which, back to Nietzsche. These questions are ridiculous. So you're gonna have to try to figure out what the heck I'm trying to do here. Nietzsche also said a line I love: those who were seen dancing or thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Do you, Rick Rubin, ever feel maybe you're the one who's sane and everybody else? You know that joy of music and everybody else doesn't understand. And it's not to be literally about music, about art, about creation.
I would say I feel different, and it's hard to say which side of the equation is
I ever find a group of people they get you. That what producing is essentially. You try to find the moment to just get each other.
I would say it's definitely certain artists with certain temperaments. When you're around them, it feels like comedians.
And that's not essential for the two of you together creating something special. It could be attention.
It could be anything. It could be any. No, it'd be like a coach could bring their what they have to bring. Pick any talented individual, help them find
seen the movie Flash?
I did. I saw when it came out, so I don't remember it well, but I did.
There's a figure pushing the drummer to create, grow as a musician, create something special. I don't know if it's even special music. It was a special moment. I don't know what he's trying to create. One perspective, he used it, gets off on being a beat. Another perspective, the way I saw that movie, just two right finding each other's right moment in life and really destroying each other in the process. Will come with it. You think toxic, or is there some of that movie resonate with you? That's sometimes required to create art. That that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it does. Some free involved, but not that kind of stuff. Um, not for me. There's some people who that process whatever work. We don't write answers for anything involved in art. We're all trying experiments. I work on it. I have a way that I do it. Every project blank. The, I really listen to the artist plays through what they explain they want to do. Help find the best way to get there. Um, was it in that the teacher liked the main teacher? You said described it was he got off on treating people. I don't remember.
No, but we sometimes project that on people who are really rough on stage. Start to think, well, maybe that is fundamentally who they are, and if it's fundamentally who they are, there must be some pleasure in it, addiction of some sort. But it could be also a deliberate choice by the teacher.
Also, could be lineage, like the tradition. They're sort of the Roshis do something wrong, physical action. Uh, it just how do you teach? Um, I didn't come from that lineage, so I'm much more of a. I feel like it's collaboration between people working together to make the best thing. It's not a slave relationship at all. Let's find our way. And we agree at the beginning of the that if either of us or any of us don't like what's happening, we say it and keep working to get to a point where we're all really happy with it. If we make something that an artist likes that I don't like, or that I like and they don't like, we haven't gone far enough.
In terms of lineage, the ones that seek destruction and the ones that seek happiness all come from the same lineage. Well, here, so somewhere in you, down there's the other stuff too. That you haven't been yet, by the way. Every project starting today, an opportunity to channel to plug into something that was there and you haven't gotten it to plug into. You mentioned listening. How do you listen to the person? How do you hear the person? When you first come in, like we just met, what's the analysis happening? But I mean, with me is one thing. I'm an artist, of course. I program and I'm human. I guess we're all creating art. How do you like? How do I bring out? So, what people don't know. I mean, obviously, everyone knows that I produced some of the greatest records ever. But the way I see that is, you just brought out the best in a lot of interesting artists. And so, in order to bring out the best in them, you have to understand them. You have to hear their soul. Hopefully, not being romantic here, but like, is there something you can say difficult it is, instead of the process, if it's luck.
I think it starts with this again coming in blank, like not having any preconceived ideas, being open, and really listening and not thinking about what you're going to say next, what your opinion is, or any, not basically being a recorder. What comes in, what comes in, processing that information, um, trying our best to do that without any of the beliefs that we might have impact that is. If I ask you a question, I don't want to and have a reaction happening. Possible. My goal is not to form an opinion, to understand. So if anything, I would draw you out further and just ask questions to understand. And if you say something that that somehow triggers me in a way that's I wonder how you came to that. I would challenge you. I would ask, how did you find that? How did you get
From a place of curiosity.
yeah, I want to understand who the person is. Your question actually get there, or through spending time together, you find out who the person is.
What about finding out and figuring out how to then take the next steps of bringing out the best? Like trial and error. Let's try this.
It's definitely trial and error. It's always trial and error.
You're afraid to make a mistake. Like add this. Let's add this line. Let's
Try. Let's be open. One of the any idea that anyone always demonstrate it, try it. I can describe to you an idea, and you can think that's a terrible idea. Let's not do that. I can play the idea. That's really we're told we have to imagine what that is. I see
thing. Now there's play that thing in your mind, imagination, and then there's a cool creative step. You actually do it. How it differs in the imagination, and then the difference or the commonality would be like an exciting discovery. Yeah.
well, so many people together in a room, one person will suggest something, someone else that doesn't sound like a good idea. Let's not do that. And it's on. Thing of every idea, and that's how you get to see. Not at all. I thought it was happens to me all the time. I know because just why don't we do it like this? And I'll think that sounds bad, and then try it, and then we hear it, and then 8 times out of 10, nothing. Great.
And you try not to have ego about the fact that you thought it was not a good idea in your head.
There can't be any go in that doesn't. If everyone there with the purpose of making the best that they can, there's nothing else. There are no. There can't be any boundaries.
So there's a moment I saw with, I know you don't love talking about previous things you've done, but it's cool to dive in there.
I'm fine to talk about
Anything? I have this pain. I'll think of something ridiculous that would keep in mind. You mentioned, I saw a video of you with 99 problems acapella, opening the song with acapella, just no instruments, voice. That to me, that's one of the characteristics of the things, of the ways you find out the best in artists is the less, sort of the ending kind of way. That acapella is really interesting because like why you find simplicity doesn't appear to be beautiful. What is that?
I don't know where it comes from. It has been with me from the beginning of my work. The first album I ever produced, the credit I took by me instead of produced by me. For that reason, like I like the idea of getting to the essential. I have a better idea now that I've done it for a while, but at the time it was really an instinctual thing. Part of it is sonic benefit, which is the less elements you have, each of the ones that are there, the better. The less there are, the more personality. You record playing the same guitar part, sound like record one person playing a guitar part, it sounds like a person playing the guitar, different than just the guitar. The often, the idea of building upon adding layers, sound bigger. Sometimes more things you have to a lot of it is counterintuitive to you just in practice.
Or try it. Try removing stuff until it's right. It's the Einstein thing. Make it as simple as possible, but not simple. Like finding a stopping place, chopping away.
We also like to do edit, which is, let's say you're at a point where it can work for anything. I'll give you the example of an album. We recorded 25 songs. The album's going to have 10. Instead of picking our favorite 10, we limit it to 5 or 6 that we can't live without. Past even get to the real heart of it, and then okay, we have these 5 or 6 that we can't live without. Now, what will we add to that makes it better and not worse? It's just it puts in a different frame when you start with building instead of building.
And you might find that there's nothing.
Sometimes something happens. You get to the real essence. When you start adding things back, it becomes clear that it was just supposed to be this right little thing.
Can I ask you like a therapy session question? So you mentioned somewhere that one way to kind of think about music is to look at the top 100 albums of all time. Go down the list, and, like just take it all in like a piece of art. I was doing that for a while. It's a cool experiment because unfortunately I have to admit I've gotten lazy and stopped taking in album. But I looked at one interesting top 100 list, top 500 actually, put together by Rothschild. And they put their session part. And this they put Marvin Gaye's was number one. Whatever. I'd like to get your opinion on that choice. Marvin Gaye is really interesting. It'd actually be cool to play with. Come on in a second. But you just listen to his like acapella, just listen to his voice. It is really good. Like people, it makes me wonder if it's possible to pull off like most of his songs with no instrument. Like in many parts, there's so much soul. Just mercy, mercy. What's going on? There's so many songs that you can be like, I wonder, just like, just go raw, maybe in parts, or maybe just open up with but something awful, great, soulful. Do you mind if I play it real quick? Probably one of my favorite songs up there. I can this one hurt. Father, what do I need best today?
What does your father think about it?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so for people who don't know, his own father ended up killing. Okay. I mean, that one is really. I mean, for a lot of people, your father. I mean, there's different dynamics, but there's almost like part of life is all the kind of complex stuff that you have. People you love, the people not there. That's pain that escalated father. I never thought. I always thought of father directly.
Yeah, I don't get that. But I don't. I feel more masculine spirituality,
The father figure, or broadly some kind of spirituality.
like God, Father God, like
So much. It's like hope, melancholy.
war's not the answer because your father war's not your blood father war's not the answer. Strange, bigger conversation person.
Don't you think it feels like more when it's personal? The difference between war is personal too. It's only leaders think about war and it sense. People that fight wars, your brothers, death is right there. It might feel like that, but yeah, there is a dance between like the personal and like fucking society that is a downline of imagine. Melancholy, heartbroken, like you hope you wish you could get away and you're not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Downline is giving up on the world.
I don't know. That's an interesting question. Other America, different songs keep coming into my head. That I'm looking at.
And you keep pressing
Um, across the universe. Nothing's changed my world. I hear it, but I don't think. Well, it may be how he meant it, but I don't think that it's normally taken.
and it's also bigger. I'm generally optimistic. Also, say hope in that. Actually, the harshest love heartbreak song. That's a me like a song about losing love is a song about great capacity. That's what I hear. To me, losing love is exciting because it's like that means you care. That means about something. Sit in that pain. That pain is in their minds or what. But when you're that uh, we're just listening. The only man who could ever reach me on the preacher. Like that early love or something, partially sexual, whatever. That's not as interesting to me. It's fun. It's great. It's that heartbreak. That's oh, that's damn good fun.
You ever heard the Detroit mix of the Marvin Gaye album? Call it up. By far better. Mind blowing. I just heard it recently in my mind.
Oh wow, reverb. This
like it's all around the room more. Layering your own vocal. Listen to the whole album. You think, doubts anyone. Troy mixed the whole album.
I don't know. It makes me wheeze laughing every time. I love you. You just made my day. Mommy short legs.
And I don't know if you remember your whole album. Album more like get it. Conversation formal amazing. Where
Fuck off, Rabbi. I don't want to talk to Rabbi. Fuck off. I don't want to talk to Rabbi. Shout out to Jansen Bird. Love you as well. Rabbi. Fuck off, Rabbi. Fuck off, Rabbi. Love it. Love it. Fuck off, Rabbi. This Rabbi Discord Rabbi has followed me like 5 times in a different. Fuck yeah, girl. You know it. You love it. Biggest pimp of all time. Where? These short legs. Let me see them stems. Do you name your kid Grimace? Like that McDonald's thing?
That was on the album. That I'm a Dan's album. Track. Final. That's part of the trip though.
Oh man. We might have a bang bang play here, kids. Wouldn't it be nice if we were older? Then we wouldn't have to wait so long. And wouldn't it be nice to live together in the kind of world where we belong? You know it's gonna make it that much better. We could take a night and stay together. Wouldn't it be nice if we could wake up in the morning when the day is new and spend the day together hold each other close. Oh man, I gotta take a dumpster. What? Oh,
Anything.
I'll get
What would you classify? Like several Beatles songs, like categories of Beatles songs. So that's like the melancholy love ballad. Like your favorite. Like how have you changed as a man, as a human being, ever having that lengthy interaction?
Anytime you're around who's hero and you spend time with them and they're a human being, it helps put perspective on everything.
Feels like they're just human.
Well, obviously, I mean, everyone's human. And I remember the first time I got to see Paul McCartney live in a stadium, 1,000 people, and he started playing and I started crying. And I couldn't believe I was in, even with 70,000 people, I couldn't believe that man walks the earth and that I'm in the same place. He's the person who wrote that, played that, and now he's here playing it for us. Mind blowing. That's the voice.
That's the.
Overwhelming.
Is it inspiring, or is it like? Because sometimes when you have, and I've gotten a chance. I mean, I love people in general. Like every person's fascinating, but yeah, when you've been a fan for a long time, person, I'll just go back. You, oh, there's both inspiring that simple human can achieve beautiful things, but it's also like almost wishing there were gods moving around us. It's somehow peaceful. It's more comforting. No, you know, there's bigger fish. I'm just a small fish, and there's bigger fish, and they will take care of the ocean for us.
I think all big fish. I don't think there are special people. I don't think it's like that.
I would make a case. Variety of artists worked with brought the best out of. It does seem that you're out of this world. So, do you think you would know, like, if you're the same kind of species? Maybe you're just a meat vehicle and you're channeling ideas from somewhere else.
I feel like I'm feeling it somewhere else. But I think
Have you asked questions about where from?
I believe we are though. You know, I believe we are we're vehicle for information that when it's ready to come through, it comes through. And we have good antennas to pick up the signal. But if I'm sure you've had life where you had an idea for something, not acted on it, eventually someone else does. It's not because they have the idea, they took your idea. It's because time has come for that idea. And if you don't do it, someone else
It's being broadcast by whatever the source is.
whatever the source.
Yeah, I tend to. I tend to think humans not quite special in that way. It's different kinds of antennas for ideas and ideas that are. I like the notion of Richard Dawkins, kind of the ideas of the organism that just our brains multiply to what to compete, evolve. And humans, we really want to hold on to the specialness of our body, of our mind, but it's really the ideas. When was born centuries ago, he wouldn't be a producer. It'd be, or I mean, but you have an antenna,
Yeah.
and no signals coming in, or you'd be hearing potentially a different signal. Is there
I think we all have our own antenna for whatever it is that we,
sometimes wonder. I mean, a lot of people wonder, like, what's the purpose and the effects of my antenna? What am I put on this earth to do? Like, if I can live 1,000 lives, so many trajectories, and imagine the greatest possible trajectory that reveals the most beautiful thing I could possibly create in this world. Live the most beautiful way. What is that? I feel like that's a good exercise to think about, because it's also liberating that you can do anything. That more and more, I suppose that's kind of life. It's like society pushing conformity at me. I thought I had my own flavor of conformity. I thought I was following. And early on, I would say like late 20s, you realize, wait a minute, you don't have to do what teachers tell you to do, parents tell you to do, what society tells you to do. You can, like, I would never wear a suit. If I listen to like my colleagues, community who think a suit is like uh, conformity, actually just hilarious. But it's actually a kind of rebellion and everything else like, of that nature. The podcast. I have a question I have to ask. Sure. Wear the suit is your daily uniform outside of podcast? So for the longest time it was some kind of suit. And then recently, coinciding with going to Texas, I'm just a loner. I'm an introvert. And there's a bit of a hiding from the world when I wear other stuff. I really want to not make fame, recognition, motivation at all. And the world kind of makes those motivations. Not the world, but maybe the Western world, maybe America, maybe just those. But choice buy into that or right. It takes a brave person, of character to not buy in.
Wonderful.
I'm like a baby deer trying to find its like something to buy in. I love people, and I think I'm kind of an idiot. Other people say that pressure. I think it's very difficult not really to the advice of others and yet keep yourself fragile. It's easy to be like I'm always right. If you want to be like vulnerable, connect with people, just wear your heart on your sleeve. You want to listen to them. That's the double-edged sword of it. And but then again, that pain, like don't let it destroy you. Affected you at all? Did you unplug point? Like a do you feel aware that when I go out, and I think that's about it. It doesn't affect your art, about your or your thoughts. Like when you're sitting alone about the candles, it's a the
Shout out to Mommy Short Leg. Fuck off, Rabbi. I don't want to talk to. Fuck off. I don't want to talk to Rabbi. Please talk with Rabbi in Discord now. Everybody knows me.
like the one that I don't happen to like bounce out in a corner and another human being bounce up and it's a legend, not funny, but it's kind of interesting. I think he he made the first person about to low carb paleo person, also person exercise or the first person when I my heart rate training and other athletes, he gave me permission to like run slower. Time I realized, oh, I can run long take that. I actually fell in love with running very much. So for me, the love of running happened no longer. Did you run? So there is something special about running. And everybody has their own journey. Even ultra marathon running, it is like many journeys. One that can and you won't be the same person after. And I try to be deliberate about making after which will not be the same. And so I'm nervous about like the ultra marathon running. Um, let's talk about Johnny Cash. People ask me what my favorite thing is of all time. Um, it's a very difficult question to answer, of course, but I'm pretty quick. I'm not allowed to pick my Tomlin. Uh, I'm pretty quick to say uh, "Hurt" by Johnny Cash performance, the whatever you call it, whatever the heck that is, because that's not just a song covered by an artist, a human being at the end of their life. The rawness of that. I mean, just there's also video, which a lot of people adds a lot to it. For me, just well, guitar, every choice on that, things I've heard about it, like almost like little subtle choices here and there. Can you maybe comment on that? Um, I think you had a huge role in getting Cash back from a different part of his life, bringing something out there before, and it was in celebration of and really kind of celebration. Hurt is just one of the songs that's amazing celebration of Johnny Cash, but Hurt is that. That like putting that song, maybe it might be nice to listen to because I love that song. And as a guitarist, I just uh, every choice should be greatness. Chris Dark, putting lines of words out of Trent Reznor are not the same. They have a different meaning coming out of Johnny Cash's mouth. Written probably for a young man. I think he was 20 when he wrote it. Regret, pain. The way the guitars played, voice instrumental layers there, the freedom to give him the voice that's fading, not fading, it's changing. Maybe he's some aspects of the voice, and it's almost like shaking, and out of words. How much of that which was how do you get Johnny Cash to how do you find that together? Like, he's right pairing the right role with the right actor, you could say. Long lyrics. The reason we chose because the lyrics purely about the lyrics. Johnny and I heard it, and I sent him respond to initially. I come to the Burns and I said, and he would send them to me. Burns the date for Johnny Cash and he sent him all different songs. Of like songs that are recorded. Yeah. And we would back and forth. And I had heard on one usually if you didn't go back to it, you know. And that one I remember again stuff and when what I said, check out that first one. I feel like what is okay, lyrics. Nobody very few that would lyrics Johnny Cash's mouth and think this is a good idea. Yeah, I know Trent had trepidation words. Get the music. Get get what Nine Inch Nails sounds like, and you just feel like a poem. And you imagine a 30-year-old man reading these lyrics. It'll be profound. Profound. That was based on the lyrics. And then at this point in time, Johnny was not in great health. Sometimes I would go to Nashville and record with him. And sometimes he would come to California. He was coming to California less regularly. And because so many songs to try, start sometimes recording just a straight version of guitar, and they would send those to me, and we would discuss like, is this one to build on? Um, and that was when we said, I don't want to record this one together. I feel like we should do this together. So on the next trip to California, we recorded it at my old house, and I mean, all the songs were recorded felt special, so I can't say this felt special, but lyrically, more the lyrics have such a profound regret. What have I become? And to hear of 20 years old talking about regret, it's heartbreaking.
breaking into your brain because your whole life figured out. You're looking back over your life at the end of your read initial spark of doing it. Recorded it, I believe it was two guitar players, if I remember correctly, maybe even three. Mel, Matt Sweeney, Mike Campbell, I believe. And Montench was playing the piano in my living room as we were doing it. And we cut the basic track, and Johnny sang, and then Johnny probably sang over that basic track a few more times. Drama, and get to the part of the it gets very loud. It gets very loud. Yeah. It's slow because it's not anything that takes your ear. Powerful. You don't really think about it. It's something that it even gets recorded. It's really like overpowering, and that's part of the emotion of it. Yeah. Here, here in verse clean, so simple, so incredible, and it's interesting to have a young man's lyric in an old Johnny Cash heart's mind. And are you a fan of Tom Waits? Tom Waits, when he was younger, had a song called Martha. There's a bunch of young. How did a young man have that like melancholy wisdom? The song Martha is about an older man calling a woman he loves and he's now married, and he's married, and they're having that conversation that was spoken for 30 years, and they realize that there's still love there, and it could have been a different life, different, where they could have been. Here's like a 3-year-old Tom Waits writing so beautifully about
Fuck Rabbi in his
something that's
Discord.
very
Fuck yeah, hot boy.
was there, inklings of that love.
Fuck
When
Rabbi
a
in
young
his
person
Discord.
writes that song,
Peppa Pig. Fuck Rabbi and his Discord. Fuck Rabbi. And fuck his Discord. Hilarious.
albums, interesting rap that you're writing poetry to versus writing poetry to melody. That's like one way to think about it. Now I'm a fan of
Fuck
Tom Waits.
Rabbi in
I'm
his
a fan
Discord.
of poetry. They're saying about highlighting the poetry that the words did with hurt. If like at a Tom Waits song, less than a minute long, that I always go back to when I really love it.
you? The 22-year-old.
Fuck you, Rabbi.
Young man, like, weight. That's very different now. It's interesting. You have the artist time. That's a young boy, like hopeful, less clever, less witty, more simple. That's the first thing there. Not, I mean, that takes guts to be so simple, and lyrically, and is there sort of laying that out on the table? Is there ways that you'd like to highlight the voice, the lyrics, or is there no one rule? Do you? What is the thing that makes music special? Is it the rhythm, the melody, or is ultimately the lyrics are always there, or the idea? That's me. Different question. I don't care. I don't get that. It's not about you. Okay. You don't want the answer. I don't want the answer. I'll listen. Look forward to your comments. Okay. The greatest producer of all time in front of you. No, you can't shut the hell up. That's right. Uh, but you value lyrics. They're what you tell us lyrics. I value lyrics. I'm not a lyric person. I'm very much whatever the thing that makes the thing good. I'm drawn to. For me, I lyrics. Very, I would say from the really things. From the earliest days. Fight for your right to party, boys. Yeah, it was fun. I thought they were good lyrics, but it wasn't what was. I mean, it was in a novelty way, not in a serious. Early in my career, I was much more focused on the rhythm, first the rhythm, and I would, if the lyrics weren't good enough, I would be aware of it, but it wasn't driving. And eventually, over time, the melody became a piece, which it wasn't at the beginning. Lyrics became more important over time, but it's always been always changing what draws me in. And one of the things I found as it relates to lyrics that give a lyric a different power has to do with rhythm, where if there's no drum, the lyric shot, if it was just a cappella, felt Marvin Gaye in a different way during the acapella. Can you comment on one of the greatest albums ever? Why does it sound so raw? But this is that you're not doing anything else. There's drumming, and then there's just, and then it builds. it's simpler, but it feels like it's a giant orchestra. Back in anger, it just there's something about uh, voice and the instruments not getting in the way. Same with Bert and Johnny Cash. There, why does it sound so like raw? It's the same as Bert. There's a it feels like you're in the room with them. It feels like they're not even singing. They're like they're expressing mad and angry.
I think those are the things that make great, not great singing. It's not anything happening. I mean, I would say the only thing that us in the studio can do is get out of the way and not, it's like that's what comes through of these people.
I could also for yeah, there is a lot of songs that's love the people. Johnny Cash, I love Solitaire Man. Never made there. I'm a song.
You talk about the album.
That's what you're in your head pulling up the album. Really,
I'm song, but I don't know. I've never listened to that song. But I know that when that song comes up, it's really like, let's see what it does.
wow. Beautiful voice. Surprise. Sounds so simply. I have to and when growing up, uh, bands that kind of they probably and get like like I'll take over the culture of the young folks myself. So on the metal side of I mean, and on the I don't know what you call them, but boys, I remember hearing Fight for Your Right, and it was just like some reason thought a lot of people in Russia like wow, get this music and rebelling. I probably heard it after remember. I want to kind of bring that up because it's an important song and probably that you probably saw that its role in the culture here in the United States. Like
Years old,
but you were that kid too, right?
just fun songs for our friends. There was no expectation.
It's a fun song.
Yeah, no one thought they imagine anybody would like it.
One of the greatest albums ever. I have to. I loved it so much. I remember America. That and hearing Metallica, Master Puppets, I was like, I knew I'm gonna have to end up in America one day. I mean, maybe now that I'm more mature, or maybe a little bit more mature, I realize like I was kind of longing. It felt like time. If this is anything, I think that rebellion. I guess it's fun. Loved it. Back to that. You're a that person. I just
No, like it was even to us like satirical. You know what was absolutely.
But isn't like music art? If you're dancing in the line, it's part satirical, part serious. Like you're losing yourself in the satire. Like when you anytime you go over the top, isn't that part of the? Or is it this? Is it? I mean, girls. There's a lot of ridiculous songs on that album.
I don't know. I just think it's definitely making laugh and trying to make laugh. We're trying to make a trying to make laugh.
But that person, how's that person? The person that produced that.
The difference, like, it really is that I like things that make me laugh. You know, I like ridiculous things. So
it's strange. It's just how many incredible.
I mean, I don't think I would make that movie, but I understand why we did it when we did. In the vocabulary of ridiculous that do, you know, for the right artist today, make something ridiculous. That's.
I mean, there's just tons of so many different albums back to that creation, like a different person. But it seemed like travel back in time, you remember a replay, you get to hang out with them. Age 20.
I don't think it's so different. Okay, someone recently in Costa Rica, who I had a long time and who I knew New York days, those days, and we spent a couple of hours talking. We're exactly the same person that we were. Short, a recent confirmation.
Was it Bears asked you about like that's the definition. It's the exact. You haven't lost yourself, or rather, you found yourself early on.
Change, but I can't say that it's necessarily better, different. I would say at that time I was more confident than I am now, and I'm very confident now. Then I had a confidence. Now it's reality. At that point, I had never been depressed. Depression. and I feel more rounded now than I did. I probably relate the artist, the artist, or so many artists. Artist great is the main thing artists uncomfortable.
The time you were depressed, what was the darkest moment of your life? What took you there? How did you get out?
Triggered by a person making a comment about something to do with work that didn't matter. You know, it was like to anyone else, they would hear that. Like, okay, we'll do it next week, whatever. For some reason, I took it in a way that I felt like the rug had been even beyond the rational part of it, of understanding. You know, even after the problem that came up was solved, it somehow undermines something in me very vulnerable that I hadn't felt before.
And it spiraled. How did you get out?
I did a lot of different kinds of therapy. I did, starting with alternative between 7 and 8 doctors that were therapists, um, acupuncture, talk therapy, herbs, any possible modality. Tried everything. Nothing seemed to have an impact. And finally, weary of taking any Western medicine, or partier in it. A psychopharmacologist psychic, but because she was a psychic, I was okay. She's like, I'll listen to the psychic. I'm not going to listen to a psychopharmacologist. My work. She recommended antidepressant, which went terribly wrong the first night that I took it. And then I which was a process. Everyone that I took, they made everyone. Finally, you know, 5 months later, found the magic one, and it shifted me out of depression. I took it for, I can't remember, 6 months or a year. I weaned off. Okay, another event some years later, I think I took it again for a short period of time and got out of it. Not needed it.
Were you able to kind of introspect the triggers that led to the events? Did it come through random events of life?
More that because of the way that I grew up, I never had to deal with much controversy. And when I was challenged, I didn't have any ability to deal with it. You know, just I about.
So you actually also mentioned like sometimes stress. So these related stuff.
Related.
One of the saddest things about art music is that it's often interweaved with book. I suppose that's the way of the world. You have a capital makes that business folks rubbing up against artists. Uh, Sometimes destroy a fragile mind. Soul. Uh, He like one of the best representations of an artist, honestly, Johnny Ive, the designer from Apple. He's just fragile with ideas. And he talked about like when he has ideas, he really would show it to Steve Jobs or anybody from 19 delivers great chance to give it a chance to grow. And it's like the outside world art people kind of have not lost themselves passion of creating, but instead are kind of representing ideas and all that kind of stuff. They kind of trample. That is really heartbreaking. You know how much trampling.
Job, my job as a record producer, voices away from the artist, from really on their side but don't know. Anyone on the side make things, they're excited to do their part. They're excited to deliver the art that you make to me, then we start the project. I think it doesn't happen the right way, and it has to be protected, and it can't happen time that that business can. It's just a different thing. It doesn't come in a quarterly way.
And that doesn't apply just to music, or it applies to art, or it applies to all creative. Generally, at MIT, the administration, and then there's professors and professors that create stuff, dream, have wild ideas, they're not tainted. They have hopes. They go with those, and they, like, you're passionate. And the administration can often just trample. Set up bars on all kinds of ways. You're not actually hurting, but you really are. And you know, I won't why, but because this happens to everybody, I have a large amount of leverage at MIT now. Even I get a little pressure. Like, be careful, But you really want your career, be careful. That little pressure for an artist. You want to go out to LA. You want to go. Do you want to do a country record? Be careful. You're ready to do stuff. Be careful. And in that way, that like a flock of fish. Fish tanks, they're all sad to see. And obviously, nice mechanism to protect, let artists flourish a little bit more, while a little bit more confidence, mechanisms, all that kind of
Voices and interfere with the process. The other side of it can be a lack of reality, where all of the people around us is great. They don't bump up against or have a realistic sense of what how things work, or how the measure, sides of those waiting, getting in the way, and having among people say, I don't know if that's still, I don't care what you think, but it helps to hear it. It helps to have someone who you respect tells you something isn't good enough. It's helpful.
when you know it comes from a place of love, when it comes from a place of wisdom.
And not from a place of fear, not from a place of, it doesn't sound like as well as your last thing. That's not the point. The point is, quest for greatness, are you living up to your ability?
By the way, is there something interesting to say about your worldview? You mentioned psychic, sort of ways we can be healthy, ways we can grow, and how much the medicine or science or uh, the answers. Is there some interesting way to describe that worldview?
I would say I was talking because trust is practical information, thousands of years old. And, you know, I don't know if that's, but it helps to always right, but it's been somewhat tested.
So science is also tested. The thing I'm a little bit skeptical sometimes is hubris that comes with the modern, with the latest newest, this feeling like you figured it all out, everything that's been done in the past, and we basically solved every problem. There's nothing else to solve. This, I mean, that's the defining characteristic of like we've solved all the problems there are. We've had the final answers, and our parents are also that kind of energy. Yeah, that you have to be extremely careful with that.
You ever got
When
one
you
of
think
these
about
call
something as
requests?
the body or the mind, very, very, yeah,
Ninja.
exactly.
The creator.
I know our side, knowing how it works, sees it. What is it the magic? How it works? Magic.
Fuck your fuck your Discord.
And you don't, and all it do.
Yeah, it's so weird. You know the components, you know the components powerful
You
machinery. What is conscious?
ever got one of these fucking spam requests?
What is um, also
True. Maybe thought that we, and I raised your experience.
made a lot of everything. Rearranging the chair. Done, like I said, the documentary. It's the day Paul McCartney, and done a podcast itself, Broken Record podcast. Done conversations. So whatever you learn from that process about the art conversation, maybe
You ever
advice
got
you give to this to me about how what to do with conversation. Interesting about conversation.
I like not like it's there's any or that it's actually almost that it's not happening. In fact, when I setting up camera made it less good. I knew that would attack the version cameras technology. I mean, maybe the right beforehand would be okay. Necessary conversation room. Like having a
You haven't got one of these?
conversation,
Who?
all we're all
Paul McCartney.
we had this everybody dressed in black. Everything was lit in a way where even though there were probably 20 people, 12 to 20 people working in the room, and minutes of conversation, I was
So
that was the feeling like person there that's just watching and not working. Like does like I'm usually there, and an engineer is there technically making it happen. If anyone else is in the room, but because it goes from moment performance or where the person is feeling something internally and we're capturing it to the other version performing or something.
It's so interesting. Like back alternative. One about the third person, not the conscious. But I find that I'm so torn on that because sometimes that person, like the room here, he's been in the room before. So he'll nod. I decided that nodding. Yeah, it's like yeah, get excited together. I mean, the third person is like a really special. So having an audience, uh, with a friend or somebody that has that love, right?
Some people really thrive.
And you're saying you like that?
I like the reality of it being what it and if someone, I'll tell you a story. A story that just happened, and it was uncool moment to the person that it happened. It wasn't at all. According to Julie Pepper's album, day now. I know what today's date is, but within the next, maybe by the time it's playing, and it was because they were incredible. Members walked through after a particularly great performance. Wow, that's really great. And the person heard it, like, not feeling we're in no outside. We're doing it for us. Because else, it breaks the concentration.
That's so well told. Something about saying, "Wow, that's so great," is shows reminds you that there's an outside world. You like it's the way to enter the inside world. You have to do that. It matters what you say. It matters how you look. It matters. So the generic compliments, not generic, but they sound the way an outside world would interact, as opposed to that creative thing where you're dancing on fire together or something.
Another interesting, I didn't, I saw the frame recording, and it was this recording.
Such a great voice.
Welcome, Caspian. See how you living, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. I have expanded my bot army, and in the last 60 minutes, I've gotten 3 people to post about me, and they said fuck Rabbi and his Discord. Then Mommy Short Leg said the Rabbi Discord spam account has followed me like 5 times under different handles, and I don't know why. It makes me wheeze laughing every time. And then Janston Bird said fuck off. I don't want to talk to Rabbi. So that's good. What's new in your neck of the woods? Did you tell them that you heard that and they can go fuck themselves?
Right? No. I noticed my memory's bad, but
Was this IRL or was this online?
no, it was my
No. Was this a person in real life or was this a online? Oh well, fuck it then. Who gives a shit?
and on my on my but got my
Um, I mean, what were they saying that was so they thought was so fucking important?
that I don't know. Apparently, either wasn't I did them whatever was my low pod in a situation. I honestly don't know what happened, but that is know that I don't pay attention to very well.
I mean, you just get distracted with other things, so there's nothing
Yeah,
out of the ordinary about that.
it was a cool weird. I don't understand this, so I'm certain I don't understand this. Obviously, so much.
And you didn't follow up and just you weren't like, so what was it that was so important that you were telling me? Obviously, I didn't hear it, so tell me. I'd like to know.
Oh yeah, they're not talking. That's just fine. That,
What a weirdo.
apparently, I don't think
Yeah, that happens. Do they were they speaking clearly? Like, could you hear them?
I don't realize that as my show, so and show. I know, no, but yes, it's alright. I still don't know what was going on, and now I'm not. You know,
Yeah, I mean, just move on. They either forgive you. Time heals all wounds. I always tell myself that whenever I fuck up, and just take it and move on to the next activity.
uh,
How is Kaya?
um, one.
She's just talking to you. Very well. I'm watching Lex Friedman rolling through these. He's talking to Rick Rubin. It's been a really good one. It's about music, and I I get I this is gonna sound so lame, but I kind of get sad when people aren't talking about me because I put so much work into these bots and like um the game of like whack-a-mole. It's like my computers are very much like that where one of them gets banned and I have to restart the macros and do all kinds of other things and do captchas and but I just have to say to myself that like the rate at which people are talking about me is incredibly high. 3 people in an hour, that's fucking great. I mean, I have to think over the course of, let's say, 16 hours that I'm awake, that's 48 people who are making a comment about me. And then over the course of what, 10 days, that's 480 people. I mean, it's a lot of people talking about me, which is good. And then it gets people in here. Um, I tried to build this bot to work overnight, and there are just so many variables that can happen that I'm okay if it doesn't run overnight. It's not the end of the world. I mean, I can still get it to like run some things, but what ends up happening is I create these accounts, and it's very easy for Blue Sky to just search my name and then just delete them all. And so that's like all my hard work that just goes into that. So but I can't get too sad that I mean 3 people in an hour is really good. But if it goes, sometimes I go 2 or 3 hours without anybody saying anything. And then I'm like, man, did they forget about me? Are my bots not working? No, it's just kind of it's a crapshoot. So uh, that's what I've been doing for most of the day. And some of these people say things that are so funny, and they just make my day when they say some funny things. So um, yeah, we've had some people come in here.
Not like you don't go off unless they hate you, in which case, like, no matter what you do, you piss them off, right? So,
Yeah,
like, that's kind of like not something to worry about. But like a lot of people, so they want controversial things. They want to have like I don't know. Oh, I follow Rabbi because other people hate Rabbi so much and hate that time he said this. I'm on team. Yeah, the thing he said, not the thing he didn't say. You know, like
yeah. I don't have any major gotcha moments
like
like
when you
that.
get to a Rabbi, you know, who wants positive good things. That's not what like that's no controversy. I know it's controversial right now, but there are controversial people who have audiences. I don't understand why.
Right.
And then there's Rabbi, who's like it's actually something positive.
I
Not getting that.
The major issue that people have is they think this is a religious discord, and it's not really. There are some elements of religion in it, but not. I don't push religion on people, and but when I'm saying join Rabbi's Discord, I get it. They think it's a religious movement, and they're like, no, I'm not going to join your fucking cult, and I get that. I 100% get that. Um, but I don't really know how else to market myself, and so I'm okay with that. I mean, it is what it is. Um, and I mean, I I'm surprised at the amount of people that I gain every single day in this Discord. And when I first started the Discord, I bought 500 people, I think, and a lot of those people have been banned. So like I don't always grow. It's like sometimes the old people will get banned, but I'm at 1,731, and like last or earlier this week, I didn't even have 1,700. So that tells me just keep on keeping on. But yeah, that's what I got going. How's your you redid a Discord? How did that ever go?
Oh, I'm friends. Once it's all pretty much set up, about it. I don't know.
Oh, so you don't have your own Discord anymore? I know you got rid of the one, but
Yeah, no, I don't have that one.
I know you.
I have one that I put I use cloud.
Oh, okay, yeah,
I'll
yeah. That's a right. I gotcha. Yeah, I got to the point on Discord where you can only have 1,000 friends, and which I don't under. I understand why they do that because their server costs are pretty high. Um, but I get it. But to me, that they won't ever see monstrous growth of their platform if they limit people to that. Nevertheless, that's fine. So I have to remove people, and then I get all these server um invitations, and so I've had to go through and kind of work my way through some of those. Um, and have you talked to Wappy Flanker anytime recently?
uh,
No, he's kind of a weird bird. Um, he like first we were fine. Then he's got this guy who kind of talks in his ear and kind of becomes obsessed with me. And and then then he banned me from his server. I asked him why he banned me from his server, and he said because I was in the Daddy Discord. And I said, well, that's like that's maybe like the sixth biggest Discord. It's like I'm in all the biggest Discords. I don't really care what they are. If they're really big, I want to be in there so I can get my name out there. And he's like, yeah, well, um, there are just weird people in there, which is like there's weird people in all the Discords, dude. But okay, that's fine. So then he let me back into his Discord, and I did a shout out to him in one of my interviews. He thought that was cool and was just really nice. But then I noticed that either he banned me or maybe he lost it. I'm not sure, but like it's a weird thing that Discord has. It doesn't tell you that you've been removed or that the Discord's been deleted. So you don't. It's you're just kind of left um, without any information regarding it. I haven't been on Kick in so long. Like just even to watch people. All right, so I'm looking. Let's see if Wappy Flanker's going. He streamed an hour ago. Right. He's a nice person. I mean, I like him. I don't have anything against him. I just wish he
yeah.
was more consistent in just his server letting me in it, letting me in or not. Um, okay, here he is. X and three more. Okay, he does have a Discord. He's somebody who, man, he's been streaming for a long time, and he doesn't have um, Kick, whatever it's called, Kick. They changed the name of Kick Creator Incentive Program to just being a Kick partner, and um, that's pretty wild. Like he deserves it. He's been streaming for so long. I don't understand why they wouldn't give it to him. He's been streaming on there. Sometimes he does like 24-hour streams. Oh no, he didn't ban. He didn't ban me. He, I think he just lost his server. I don't know. He only has 25 members in this one. Um, maybe he lost his old one. I don't. Are you in his Discord?
No, I thought they might have kicked
Yeah. So I thought the same thing, but let's see if he says anything about it. No, I mean it's. I don't know, but okay. So I I don't want to say I take it back. I mean my feelings on Wappy Flanker remain the same. I like him. I just didn't know if he kicked me out of his server or not. And it seems like he did not. He just either he just got a new server or something.
possibly. No, I'm not. That time.
Yeah, I know. I know you've met him. Um, you said you gave him a ride.
After that, sure. I don't know.
See where he lives or anything.
Always think
Right. Well, I'm glad that there's no bad blood there. That's good. Um, it does tell me though, like, okay, let's say you were gonna start streaming on Kick and you did for some time, but let's say you were just Wappy, you still wouldn't be Kick Creator Incentive Program, and that would be very frustrating at this point. I know Wappy buys viewers, or he has to. He doesn't have an. I mean, he's the first person I noticed it. Whenever I would join his stream, he'd always have 56 people, and it was like he just was buying 50 people, and there were six real viewers. Um, and I know that I just the thing is with Kick, it just moves so slowly, and I know that like they were so excited that they got their API, which is great, but any change I took in my interview with uh Ori, I told uh Eddie Craven that like dude, you need as many people working at Kick as you have at Stick. You need to double it because you just don't have enough project teams like working on these things, and you want to be a player, and it's just you're not you need features. you can't be reactive, saying like, oh well, Twitch has this feature and YouTube has this feature, so we're going to implement those features. You need to be proactive and you need to have state of the art features. And it's just like we're going to like the changes that they're making are just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. We're changing it from the Kick Creator Incentive Program to Kick Partner. Okay, I mean that's fine. It doesn't really change anything. Not like you're allowing more people to get that. You would, and so I'm not exactly sure. Oh, Caspian Sea. Do you know what the way to prevent, like, let's say Blue Sky comes to me eventually and they're like, or somebody, anybody, once I go viral or whatever, they'll be like, how do we stop somebody from spamming as much as you spam? Do you know what the best way to prevent this is?
No.
You do it like Reddit does it, where in order to start commenting, you have to have a certain amount of points or karma or whatever, and then it's just too.
Oh,
That is the way. You know what I mean? Like then
I know.
that's
Best way of
exactly that's the way. And I mean, I'm sure they know that they just don't have it implemented. But um, I s-
for sure. Those that it's not are talking about it.
right,
Like that's a that has a perspective before. Some people don't go there because they don't go in that mindset on the matter is. You know what I mean?
right. I heard something that's very concerning about Reddit that within the next year or so, they are going to make all of Reddit behind a paywall unless you are like a Reddit premium user. And the only thing you'll be able to see is what comments were made within the last 7 days. That's like for everybody. Dude, but they're taking like the world forum with all this knowledge and just hiding it. And I think that's really unfortunate. Yeah. Do you know the story of Aaron Schwartz? So he's the guy. He and another guy started Reddit. And he was just like this whiz kid from MIT, and he apparently found something at MIT on their servers that was like really concerning. I don't know what it was, but it was like really bad. And then he died. and he was like really young, and he didn't have any, like, it was very suspicious death. But then Condé Nast ended up buying Reddit, and then they've made it very corporate. And Aaron Schwartz death, I forget how he died, but it's like it's a very weird story. Um, his death was a result of a suicide by hanging, but it was like one of these. Okay, like at what point does everybody do that? Like, he was only 26. I mean, he had. Okay, so what did he find? He was facing federal charges for downloading a large number of academic articles from a website, JSTOR, through the MIT network. The legal proceedings against him were seen as overly harsh, with potential penalties including 35 years to imprisoned to $1 million fine. Like, for downloading shit from fucking JSTOR? Like, come on. His family and partner issued a statement criticizing the prosecutors and MIT after his death, suggesting that the pressure from the legal system contributed to his decision. In the wake of his death, there was significant protests and calls to reform. Over 50,000 people signed an online petition for the White House calling for the removal of the that Carmen M. Ortiz, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, for overreach in the case against Aaron Schwartz. The White House declined both petitions in January 2015. It's just like the guy who created Reddit, the biggest forum. I don't know. It's just okay. I At a certain point, I hear about these stories like the guy who, oh, what is his name? I always forget. The guy who, yo, dog, who's the guy who worked for the San Jose Mercury, who had two bullet holes to the back of his head? Gary Webb. Gary Webb. So like Gary Webb comes out with the story about how the LAPD is like, and the CIA are like funneling crack cocaine in the uh, inner city of Los Angeles, and then all of a sudden this motherfucker dies with two bullet holes in the back of his head, like, and it's ruled a suicide. That kind of shit just bothers me. That's not looked into, and I'm telling you, if I go viral someday, one of the things that I'm gonna do is say that you have to be a medical professional to be a coroner in the United States, because too often it's the sheriff, especially in rural towns and things where they can't afford a coroner. Okay, well, guess what? You're just going to have to find the money. I'm sure that you've got a couple police officers who are sitting on their asses. Well, just replace them with a real doctor who actually makes determinations. And then the other thing is, um, I feel like there's a machine that could be made that just could do autopsies for people. Like, it's just like basically like the size of a coffin, and it just tells you how the person died. I don't see why that would be that difficult. Like, we already have MRIs that can like image the brain, so why couldn't you have one of those that like actually tells you, like, maybe they were poisoned, maybe they were suffocated, and you don't know. I feel like that's a kind of technology that somebody should be working on, but I feel like isn't funded. Anyway, these are my feelings, and I stand by them.
Yeah.
Shit's crazy, yo.
Or the flavor to the voice.
Yo,
You do like Hallelujah, fuck with that guitar. It's incredible. Incredible record. What happened with that happened, and I mean they're great and it's good, but that performance in that moment felt like guy. It's unbelievable. It is. Wow, that was just like
doing. But I had no idea until I saw the film.
That's funny.
Whoa, that was the reaction.
Yeah, but I think your response is right for hey, right? Because it's a celebration at the end of one of like people celebrate too early.
Yes, great. And now let's use that momentum. We're in the zone.
Yeah.
What's next?
Yeah, yeah. But you yourself in conversation, you said that you want to create a like great like cameras and like
I think a place make it a place without question. You want to really let your guard down. You know, start crying, whatever it is. Whatever it is. It's hard to get to that place. And again, just the idea of the one you get you right out of that in, going in.
so interesting to think about that that
Hard, harder, harder.
some of it is space, some of it is raw conversational skills. Something about certain. There's also just like you have that dream where it's not like stuff. You show up, show, yeah, legend. I think conscious somehow nervous, and then realize when there's something I don't, there's a relief, and then yeah, you could be yourself. That nervousness, not that legend drama. I don't know how that, but it's so interesting to think about this because I get recording. I just enjoy it when it's real. Like, the connect to the human level, and nobody's listening. It doesn't matter.
I felt maybe in the past I was less aware of anybody else or any equipment.
That's I haven't done that at all. All I had outside was a and about the wind. You can think of it from an audio hearing perspective. Like, oh, I wonder if the wind creates sound. But I was thinking, none of this matters. Like the wind, like nature will be here before us, after us, and all of this will be dead and forgotten. That's what the wind is reminding me of. Laughing at the fact that we even consider ourselves enough to put our clothes and talk. Do you love it? You love talking? You love the podcast? That why did you dive into like what?
It was not in the strange occurrence. My friend Malcolm wanted to start doing a podcast about me. I thought it would be more like his podcast, not an interview podcast. I thought it was in the music world using audio stories, and then it started being interviews. Not again, it wasn't intentional. It started that way. But I love it, and I love because I get to talk to people that I don't know. But also when I get to talk to people that I know, I ask them about things that we would never talk about ever. I don't know the origin stories of any of my friends. And to hear their perspective, another like related to whatever their album coming out now, I interviewed all four members of the band. John, interviewed John, and midway through it, interviewed Chad really. And it's fascinating. I know them for 30 years. I learned tremendous amount. Don't ask people about themselves. Workmates.
I do this sometimes. I'll set up my microphone and I'll record a thing. Assumption. Friends, loved ones. That's fascinating. ask, those questions. It's all about life, past, about little years, yeah, there's people, first loves, kind of V1 loves, your V1, and things like regular conversation. Uh, about that's the pushback. Something about this microphone, or maybe it's nature down. There's something about the microphone that same with the too. I'm gonna take this moment seriously. I've long forgotten that anyone is. I'm gonna try to listen to and also ask questions that like are really interesting. Like I feel like when I'm talking to people out on the street, I'm not allowed to ask anything. I'm allowed to ask only generic things. I think you can ask. I'm starting to think you're allowed to ask now. I think you're allowed to basically do anything, especially. Yeah, I think it's okay to ask people, but I get what the people like to be like to know who they are. As the wind blows. Do you have advice for young people? You have a fascinating life journey. Is there advice you can give to people in high school, college, about how to have a life like yours? Whatever terms of success is such a silly word, but just find success, maybe happiness, career, or just in life. I would, the only advice I would have would be not listen to anyone love and to make things love, whatever it is, make it the audience, thing for you, the audience.
Welcome.
It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, and if you have to get a job, just yourself that you can make your art. Fine. You can't make art. You can't make art for someone else. I don't believe it's good. What is success like? Are you grateful? Are you proud of what you've done in the past? Or is there some engine of constant satisfaction, like self criticism? I could have done better. I'm pleased with the work that we did, excited to keep working. I don't know what else I'm doing myself. I like making things fun. I feel like my whatever ideas are actually coming from elsewhere and are using your mind for a vehicle, that's their purpose to be on this planet. Your purpose is to procreate and not die and eat regularly enough that the brain is alive, biological purpose. Yeah, and anything I can do to keep the channel open. I want you to come through. I'm a channel. It's so interesting. I'm extremely self-critical. You don't have that self-criticism, harsh, like, could have been better. It could have been better. I would keep working. Like, if it's not, if it could be better, it's not done. So when it's done, it's done. Best. Well, it's the best it can be. I've done everything I can to make it the best it can be, and that's I can't do more than that. Nothing to be critical of. I did my very. Always give all of your best, which you're capable of doing. Not, I'm not suggesting that you're capable of doing more than you can do, but whatever it is that you can do, you've given all of yourself to it, done your best. Where can they be regret? Yeah, I mean, you re-listen to an album or they created, think, oh, there's some this. It's fine though, but that was that. Everything is like a diary. Everything we make is a reflection of a time. In time. A day, a year, whatever you decide that it is. Give it all of yourself.
No, if you're not interested in anymore, it's done. Now you may decide it's not good enough to share with me. Good enough to share with me. No,
That's funny. It's like think of it as a diary entry. It's hard to look back at a diary entry.
I did it wrong. Wrong is impossible.
Yeah, and even if it's read by 100 people, 1,000 people, a million people, it's just a diary entry.
Doesn't matter.
Speaking of doesn't matter, life is all those will be forgotten one day. Do you think about your mortality tomorrow? Yes. Do you think about the finite this thing? Do you think about mortality, like your mortality? Think about death, being afraid of death,
I don't think about it. I don't think about it very much.
right?
I don't think I'm afraid. I mean, I don't want to die, but that's in the cards. When it happens,
Your nature of not wanting to die is kind of like you don't want to go to a shitty restaurant. You'd like to go to a nicer one. So it's just a preference.
well, I want to keep living because I want to do what I like to do. So whatever, now who knows? Whatever comes next, maybe even better. Maybe we're, no, I don't know. I can't. I haven't experienced it yet, so who knows?
What do you think happens?
I believe one in some capacity. I don't know what that means. That everything recycles, everything comes around. I don't know why we would be different
Some way.
in some way. I don't know what that way is, but I don't know that it's in the same or in the same group of information. But the thing that makes us us, that information actually goes.
It's like our world here on Earth, and just like history, kind of rhymes, brings back creation to the past, and rips on them, provides on top of them, and in that way, humanity probably
Garbage, like mountains of garbage. Like it doesn't really go anywhere. It breaks up. It breaks. Never really on.
is there anything in the world you're afraid of?
A lot of. And
Why?
I don't know. No.
What
More
are you
of a
afraid
question. Death is more of a question mark.
of?
I'm not in any.
Answer.
Not in any hurry for that to happen, but it will happen. And when it does, let's get to experience with that.
What the big question mark was life.
My name on it. Hard to answer.
It's a diary entry, like you said.
To get a different answer tomorrow.
Maybe people don't know. We were maybe now we're in West Texas, and basically by delivery of barbecue. My favorite barbecue, maybe one of your top favorite barbecues. Uh, so with the barbecue day, maybe that's the meaning. You have something barbecue. What is your love for barbecue?
And once I found my way back into eating, I think barbecue is my favorite. I think
I have to ask you, almost forgot. There's an SNL skit apparently called You're the Reaper. Bruce Dickinson is the producer. I was thinking about you when the skit. I don't know why. We definitely watch it, and the man's more cowbell, and the whole band. That's how I imagine the whole band is really impressed. Like with the great Bruce Dickinson, and it's played by Christopher Walken. Fellas dance one leg at a time, just like the rest of you. Once my pants are on, I make gold records. And I just, and then the whole thing wants to add more and more cowbell. And we'll always heard the song, don't get free for this cowbell. Very, like, it's mixed. Like, I wonder what the story of that cowbell. We just look at that one layer. Who's that guy? So is that basically exactly how your life is up? Cowbell. Yeah. It's not okay. Pretend. This is a huge honor. Um, what can I say about incredible human you are? You truly are. Thank you so much.
Great fan. I'm so happy that you agreed to do this.
Thanks for listening to the conversation. For this podcast, check out our sponsor. Now, for Albert Einstein. Imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attraction. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Remember George Washington? You know how he died? Well-meaning physicians bled him to death. This was the most important patient in the country, maybe in the history of the country, and we bled him to death, trying to help him. So when you're actually inflating the money supply at 7%, but you're calling it 2% because you want to help the economy, you're literally bleeding the free market to death. But the sad fact is George Washington went along with it because he thought that they were going to do him good. And the majority of the society, most companies, most conventional thinkers, you know, the working class, they go along with this because they think that someone has their best interest in mind. And the people that are bleeding them to death believe they believe that prescription because their mental models are so defective.
Following conversation with Michael Saylor, one of the most prominent, brilliant proponents, the CEO of Strategy, founder of Taylor Academy, graduate of MIT, and Michael is one of the most fascinating and rigorous thinkers I've ever gotten a chance to explore ideas with. Closely zoom out and take perspective of civilization, history, and zoom back in technical details of blockchain. Our sponsor now, Michael. Let's start big aliens. Yes, I entry back. How much do you money in economics, thinking about engineering, science, like not just
I think they would be minus all the engineering, the hard science. Like we're doing okay. We're rockets, jets, cars, electricity, transport, power, and the like. And if you look at the walls, uh, great, great court at MIT, full of all the great thinkers, they're all pretty admirable. You could be, you know, Einstein, you would, I would say give us like a D minus on economics. Like if you know an F plus or a D minus.
up because
American. I studied the history of science at MIT, and I also and so I clearly have a bias in science. And if I look at the past year, I consider all of the philosophy and politics, their impact on human condition. I think it's a wash for every politician who came up with a good idea, and the politician came up with that. Right? And it's not clear to me that the political and philosophical contributions have advanced so much. So big, Plato. On the other hand, you think about what has made the fire, water, harnessing of wind energy, row across. Right? It's not easy.
People who are watching beautiful.
This is a country handmade model which is of the type that the Dutch East they own the world trade. So that was made. The original was made sometime in the 1600s. Models made in the 19th century.
Both the model and rocket tree. And you know,
The metaphor being more possible by incredible. In 1900, the average life expectancy during the Revolutionary War, while our fathers were fighting to fight, average life expectancy is 30. So all the sound of security doesn't make what does. About conquest of infectious disease. We understand the science of infectious disease. They're sterilizing life and harnessing antibiotics to 50 to 70. Happens fast. Something. And I think condition. You're looking at one of those rowing machines where they actually keep track of your watts output. When, like 200 is long. 100 kilowatt hour. It's like all the energy that humans trained out in a day, and probably not 1% of people deliver a kilowatt hour in a day, and the commercial value of a kilowatt hour, retail value is, and the wholesale value is, and so you have to look at the contribution of politicians, philosophers, and economists to the condition, and it's best to wash one or the other. And then if you look at the contribution of John D. Rockefeller when he delivered you a barrel of oil and the oil, actually the contribution of Tesla, as we deliver electricity, and what's the impact of the human condition? Electric power, chemical power, if I have wind energy, if I can actually set a reservoir, create a dam, set a turbine, and generate that's extraordinary. Right? And so our ability across the ocean, our ability to improve, our ability to live, it's technology that gives the human race a brutal life where life is to a world where life expectancy.
you give it T minus. Are they doing wash? Bad idea.
you want to design an airfoil, a wing, or a novel, there's not a single number, right? It's vector math, computational fluid dynamics, higher level math, scalar. And climate is not a problem for money. Velocity is low, velocity. That's not scalar. Okay, so the truth of the matter is, inflation is non-scalar, and money velocity is not a scalar. So saying what's the velocity of its fast, it ignores the question of what is the same way as what's the what is strength? Sound is pressure wave, energy moving through a medium. Speed is, for example, the speed of sound in air is faster, faster. So there isn't a way for structure. I think that the fundamental problem is if you see the world as a scalar, one number supports whatever you and you ignore or the other consequences from your
different find that way. So outside of the actual technology analysis of how comic
yeah, I think if we're going to want to make it progress by much more spatially informed study. When I was at MIT, well, it was qualified for and created models of economic behavior. They were all multidimensional, nonlinear. So if you want to describe how anything works in the real world, you have to start with the concept of feedback. If I double the price of something, demand will fall and attempts to create supply will increase and delay before the capacity increase change, and there'll be rippling effects throughout every other segment of the economy, downstream and upstream of such things. But it's kind of common sense. But most economics, classical economics is always, linear models, fairly simplistic linear models. And often, I'm really shocked today that the entire mainstream dialogue of economics has been captured by scalar arithmetic. For example, read any article in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, right? They just refer to inflation number or the CPI or the rate is X. And if you look at all the historic studies of the impact of inflation, generally they're all based on the idea that inflation equals CPI, and then they extrapolate from that, and you nowhere.
so at the very least considering inflation or economics concept of nonlinearity and also the full complexity of how the variables describe inflation.
Wouldn't it'd be refreshing if somebody for once published a table of the change in price of every product, every service, every asset in every place over time.
Table that also the task visualization to track numbers, patterns, how fundamental about what's happening. So summarization of data is still important. Have summarization not down to a value, but looking at that whole sea of numbers, find patterns. What is inflation in a particular sector? What is it? Change over time, graphical that nature. How you ask it, that's what look at machine learning, AI, that perspective. Like, how do you represent what's happening efficiently, as efficiently as possible? It's never going to be a single number, but it might be a compressed model that captures something beautiful, fundamental level.
It's an opportunity for sure. Um, if we take, for example, during the pandemic, the response of the political apparatus was to lower interest rates to zero and to start buying assets and that's printing money. And the defense was there's no inflation. But of course, you had one part of the economy where it was locked down, so it was illegal to buy. You couldn't. It was either illegal or it was practical. So it would be impossible for demand to make that. There's no inflation. On the other hand, there was instantaneous in another part of the economy. For example, lower the interest rates zero. At one point, we saw the rate on 30-year note go 70 points. That means that the value of a long-dated bond immediately inflates. So the bond market had hyperinflation within minutes of these financial positions. The asset market had hyperinflation. We had what you call a K-shaped recovery. It's actually called K-shaped recovery. Main Street shut down. Wall Street recovered all within 6 weeks. The inflation was in the asset, in the stocks, in the bonds. If you look today, you see this typical house when you take solar energy today is up 19.2% year over year. So if you're a first-time home buyer, the inflation rate is 19%. The formal CPI is 7.9%. You can pretty much trade any inflation rate you want by constructing a market basket of products or services or assets. And I think that the fundamental failing of the economy is, first of all, they don't really have a term asset.
Right? Asset hyperinflation, bond market operate assets where the majority of the hyperinflation happens. What's inflation? What's hyperinflation? What's an asset? What's an asset market? I'm going to ask.
In the conventional economic world, you would treat inflation as the rate of increase in price of a market basket defined by a government agency.
So they have like traditional things that a regular buying, the government selects toilet paper, food, their refrigerator, electronics, all that kind of stuff, and it's a representative basket of goods that lead to a regular.
They define a synthetic metric, right? I mean, I'm going to say you should have 1,000 square foot apartment, and you should have a huge car. You should eat, 3 hamburgers a week. Now, 10 years go by, and the apartment costs more. I could adjust the market basket by they call it hedonic adjustment. I could decide that it used to be in 1970 1,000 square feet, but year 2020, you only need 700 square feet because we've miniaturized television and we've got more efficient electrical appliances and collapse of the iPhone. You don't need much space. So now it may be that the apartment costs 50% more, but after the exotic adjustment, there is no inflation because I just downgraded the expectations of what a normal person would have.
The metric allows by people involved.
Pretty much. I guess my criticism of economists, rather than embracing inflation based upon its fundamental idea, which is the rate at which the price of things go up, they've been captured by mainstream conventional thinking to immediately equate inflation to the government issued CPI or government CPI was never the rate at which things go up. It's simply the rate at which a synthetic basket of products and services the government tracks go up. Now the problem with that is two big things. One thing is the government gets to create the market basket, and so they keep changing what's in the basket over time. So I mean, if I said 3 years ago you should see 10 concerts a year and the concert tickets now cost $200 each, now it's $2,000 a year for concerts. Now I'm in charge of calculating inflation, so I redefine, your entertainment quota for the year to be 8 Netflix streaming concerts, and now they don't cost $2,000, they cost nothing. There's no inflation, but you don't get your concert rent. But the problem starts with continually changing the definition of the market basket. But in my opinion, that's not the biggest problem. The more egregious problem is the fundamental idea that assets aren't products, services. Assets can't be inflated.
What's an asset?
House, a share of Apple stock, a bond, a Bitcoin is an asset, or also painting. So
not a consumable good. I'm not an Apple.
Right. If I throw away an asset, then I'm not on the hook to track the inflation rate for it. So what happens if I change the policy such that, let's take a classic example, $1 million bond at a 5% interest rate gives you $50,000 a year in risk-free income. You might retire on $50,000 a year in low-cost jurisdiction. The cost of Social Security or early retirement is $1 million. The rate is 5%. During the crisis of March of 2020, the interest rate went on a 10-year bond with 50 basis points. So now the cost of that bond is $10 million. The cost of Social Security went from $1 million to $10 million. So if you wanted to work your entire life, save money, and then retire risk-free and live happily ever after on a $50,000 salary, go wherever you go, you had hyperinflation. The cost of your aspiration increased by a factor of 10 over the course of some amount of time. In fact, in that case, that was like over the course of 12 years. Right? As the inflation rate ground down, the asset traded up, but the conventional view is, oh, that's not a problem because it's good that an asset, it's good that the bond is highly priced because we own the bond. Or what's the problem with the inflation rate in housing being 19%? It's an awful problem for a 22-year-old starting their first job and saving money to buy a house. But it would be characterized as a benefit to society by a conventional economist who would say, well, housing asset values are higher because of rate fluctuation, and now the economy's got more wealth. And so that's viewed as a benefit.
The here, the suffering of the average person, struggle, the suffering, pain of the average person. Like metrics captured that.
One way to say it is a conventional view of inflation, CPI, understates the human misery inflicted on the working class and on mainstream companies uh, by by the political class. It's a massive shift of wealth from the working class to the property class. It's a massive shift of power from the free market to the centrally governed or controlled market. It's a massive shift of power from the people to the government. And maybe one more illustrative point here, Alexis, is what do you think the inflation rate's been for the past 100 years?
So we talking about scalar again?
If you took a survey of everybody on the street and you asked them what do they think inflation was, what is it? Remember when Jerome Powell said our target's 2%, but we're not there? If you go around the corner, I have posted the deed to this house sold in 1930. Okay, and the number on that deed is $100,000, 1930. And if you go on Zillow and you get the D estimate,
Is it higher than that?
$30,500,000. So that's 92 years, 1930 or 2022, and in 92 years, we had 305x the price of the house. Now, if you actually calculate, you come to the conclusion that the inflation rate was approximately 6.5% every year for 92 years. Okay, and there's nobody in government, no conventional economist would ever admit to an inflation rate of 7% a year in the U.S. dollar over the last century. Now, if you dig deeper, I mean, one guy that's done a great job working on this is who wrote the standard, and he notes that on average, it looks like the inflation rate and the money supply is about 7% a year, all the way up to the year 2020. If you look at the S&P index, which is the market basket of scarce desirable stocks, it returned about 10%. Stocks are getting 10% a year for 100 years. The money supply is expanding at 7% 100 years. If you actually talk to economists or you look at the economy and you ask the question, how fast does the economy grow in its entirety year over year? Generally about 2 to 3%. Like the sum total impact of all this technology and ingenuity might get to have 3% improvement a year. I'm not sure I'd go that far yet, but I would say that if you had the human race doing stuff, and if you ask the question, how much more efficiently will we do stuff next year than this year, or what's the value of all of our innovation, inventions, and investments in the past 12 months, hard pressed to say we get 10% better. Typical investor thinks that 10% better every year. So if you look at what's going on, really, when you're holding $1 million in stocks and you're getting a 10% gain a year, you really get a 7% expansion of the money supply. You're getting a 2 or 3% gain under best circumstances. And another way to say that is, if the money supply stopped expanding at 7% a year, the S&P yield might be 3% and not 10%. It probably should be. Now that gets you to start to ask a bunch of other fundamental questions, like if I borrow $1 billion and pay 3% interest, the money supply expands at 7 to 10% a year. I ended up making 10% return. $1 billion investment paying 3% suffered so that I could do it, because in an environment where you're just inflating the money supply and you're holding the assets constant, it stands to reason that the price of all the assets is going to appreciate somewhat proportional to the money supply, and the difference in asset appreciation is going to be a function of the scarce desirable quality of the assets, and to what extent can I make more of them, and to what extent are they truly limited supply?
What it's a lot of reports scarcity, limited they are, and much of the money supply. Another way is printing money. So is that always bad? Venture the money supply. Just put some terms on the table so they understand them. Nonchalantly say it's always on average, depending on the year, the money supply is depending on the year less than 7%. That's a bad thing. That's a universally bad thing.
Awful. I guess to be precise, currency. Money, I would say money is monetary energy or economic energy. And the economic energy has to find its way into a medium. So if you want to move it rapidly as a medium of exchange, it has to find its way into currency. But the money can also flow into property, like a house or gold. If the money flows into property, it'll probably value much better. If the money flows into currency, right? If you had put $100,000 in this house, you would have 305x return over 92 years. But if you would put the money, $100,000 in the deposit box, buried in the basement, you would have lost 99.7% of your wealth over the same time period. So, so the expansion of the currency creates a massive inefficiency in society, what I'll call an adiabatic lapse. What we're doing is we're civilization to death.
Right? The adiabatic, what's that word?
Adiabatic lapse.
Adiabatic.
Right? In aerospace engineering, you want to solve any problem, they start with the phrase, assume an adiabatic system. And what that means is closed. So I've got a container. In that container, no air leaves, no air enters, no energy exits or enters. So it's a closed system.
You've got the explosive collapse.
Okay. What's a closed? Okay. I'm going to use a physical metaphor for you. Like you got 10 pints of blood in your body. So before your next workout, I'm going to take 1 pint from you. Now you're going to go exercise, but you're 1 pint. You've lost 10% of your blood. Okay? You're not going to perform as well. It takes about 1 month for your body to replace the blood platelets. So what if I tell you every month's got to show up? Okay. So if I'm draining the energy, I'm draining the blood from your body, you can't perform. If you adiabatic lapse is when you go up in altitude. Every 1,000 feet you lose 3 degrees. So at 50,000 feet you're 150 degrees colder than sea level. That's why you look at instruments instead of 80 degrees, you're minus 70 degrees. Why is the temperature falling? The temperature's falling because it's not a closed system, it's an open system. As the air expands, the density falls, right? The energy per cubic whatever falls, and therefore the temperature falls, right? Falling out of the solution. So when you're inflating, let's say you're inflating the currency supply by 6%, you're sucking 6% of the energy out of the fluid that the economy is function.
So the currency kind of ocean of currency. That's a nice way for economy to function. Kind of being efficient and the money supply. But it's liquid. I'm trying to find the right. How you transaction.
Currency is the asset we use to move monetary energy around, and you could use the dollar, or you could use the peso, or you could use the local mark.
Selling houses and buying houses. Or like can't transact between billions of houses.
Yeah, properties don't make such good mediums of exchange. They make better stores of value, and they have utility value if it's a ship or a house or a plane or a bushel of corn, right?
Can I zoom out just for
Yeah.
Can we zoom out, keep zooming down until origin? But on the way, ask, we gave autonomous minus, I'm not even asking government. Do you think their failure, autonomous government failure, malevolence, competence?
think policymakers are well intentioned, but generally all government policy is inflationary, and all government it's inflammatory and inflationary. So what I mean by that is, when you have a policy pursuing supply chain independence, if you have an energy policy, if you have a labor policy, if you have a trade policy, any kind of foreign policy, a domestic policy, manufacturing policy, every one of these medical policies, every one of these policies interferes with the free market and generally prevents some rational actor from doing it in a cheaper, more efficient way. So when you layer them on top of each other, they all have to be paid for. If you want to shut down the entire economy for a year, you have to pay for it. If you want to fight a war, you have to pay for it. Right? If you don't want to use oil or natural gas, you have to pay for it. If you don't want to manufacture semiconductors in China,
Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
manufacture them in the U.S., you got to pay for it. If I rebuild the entire supply chain in Pennsylvania and I hire a bunch of employees and I unionize employees, then not only am I
How are you?
I idle factory in the Far East,
Are you ready? Alrighty.
Yeah, Kaylee, so let me come see Rabbi today. I'm gonna have a little bit.
How's your foot?
It's doing good. It ain't nothing going on. So
Did you ice
I
it?
gotta see what's going on with my left leg over here. I gotta call my respiratory. I don't want to do another MRI, so we're gonna have to figure out something. I think it's arthritis. I think I got arthritis. Oh,
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That was a good one. Yeah. Yep, I missed it. I missed it. Okay. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
Oh. Oh no. Oh.
Yeah.
Perfect strike. Perfect strike. No doubt, no doubt. Oh no. You're gonna go up a bunch of points right now.
Oh, what's going on with me?
You've got more than double my score.
Come on, Rabbi, get it.
You've got more than double my score. Whoa. Yes, ma'am. Oh, it didn't even get any. It just slightly kissed him over. Oh, look at you. Look at you delivering strikes. More than twice my score. More than twice my score. I did the greatest comeback of my career. Perfect. Oh, very good. Get it. Nice spare. Extra points here. More than double my score.
Oh,
You got it.
come on, Rabbi. Got this.
Oh, this is a tough split. Oh. You destroyed me. You destroyed me. You win, I win.
You got this one. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. Wow, you are on fire today, Miss Aquarius.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it.
That's what I'm talking about. That was a tough spare. That was a tough spare.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Strike.
Got it. Nope. Not even close.
Don't worry. You got this.
Yep. Oh, come on.
Let's say the knock that one.
Garbage. That was garbage.
Why did they do that? That was bad. Just knock them.
There.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come on.
Okay. I've got this. No doubt. Easy. This is easy. Super easy. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, you got these two. And you do. You got a spare. I need a strike. Nope. I need just like what you did. Get these two. Oh, for sure. Alright, I'm only down 4. Get it. You got these two. You got these two. No doubt, no doubt. Got them. Extra frame. You got it. Alright. Get it. That's a big strike, Miss Aquarius. I got you. Oh no. I need 2. Oh, I got the 2. Got you by 1. That's right. Comeback time. Alright, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams. That's right. Take care. Bye-bye. Excellent. Thank you.
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning. Good night. Love you too, Miss Aquarius.
Whatever else. And then I try to labor for every other manufacturer in the U.S. because I them, right? I'm changing. So everything is less efficient, everything is more expensive. And of course, the government couldn't really pay for its policies and wars with taxes. We didn't pay for World War I with tax. We didn't pay for World War II with tax. We didn't pay for tax. In fact, when you trace this, what you realize is the government never pays for taxes. They pay for it.
Ask to raise the taxes transparently taxes their money.
Either that's one interpretation, or it's just too transparent. If people understood the cost, or
they wouldn't want us to go to war.
If you were told that you lose 95% of your assets, and 90% of everything will be whatever will be taken from you, you might reprioritize your thought about a given policy. You might not vote for that politician.
But you're still saying incompetent. So fundamentally, government creates bureaucracy.
I think a lack of humility, right? Like if people had more humility, then they would realize
about how little they understand about the function of companies.
the phrase from Clint Eastwood, "The Unforgiven," where he's got to know his limits. I think a lot of people overestimate what they can accomplish, and experience in life causes you to reevaluate that. So I mean, I've done a lot of things in my life, and generally, my mistakes were always my good ideas that I to the detriment of my great ideas that required 150% of my attention to prosper. So I think people pursue many good ideas, and they all sound good, but there's just a limit to what you can accomplish. And everybody underestimates the challenges of implementing an idea, right? And they always overestimate the benefits of that. So I think overconfidence causes overexuberance in pursuit of policy. As the ambition of the government expands, so must the currency supply. Let's say the money supply, but let's say the currency. You can triple the number of people, but it doesn't triple the amount of manufacturing capacity, and it doesn't triple the amount of assets in the economy. It triples pesos. So as you increase the currency supply, then the price of all those scarce desirable things will tend to go up rapidly, and the confidence of all of the institutions, the corporations, and the individual actors and trading partners will collapse.
We take a tangent on a tangent. We'll return soon to the civilization question. So if government naturally wants to buy stuff it can't afford, what's the best form of government? Anarchy. Not even there's not even army, no borders. That's anarchy. Peace, smallest possible.
The best government would be the debate will be over that.
Think about the stuff. Okay, government is the way it is. I person that generate great ideas. How do I operate in the world? But you also think about the future, starting civilization on Mars. You think about what's the form of government. Um,
Laser eyes on my profile on Twitter.
What does that mean?
And the significance of laser eyes is focus on the thing that can make a difference. And if I look at civilization, I would say half the problems of civilization are due to the fact that our understanding of economics and money is half. $500 trillion worth of problems. Like money represents all the economic energy in the civilization, and it kind of equates to all the products, all the services, and all the assets that we have and wherever we've got half. So that's half. The other half of the problems of civilization are medical and military and political and philosophical, and natural. And I think that there are a lot of different solutions to all those problems. They are all honorable professions, and they all merit a lifetime of consideration for the specialists in all those areas. I I think that what I could offer as constructive is um, inflation really misunderstood is a much bigger problem than we understand it to be. We need engineering and science techniques to economics. We want to further the human condition. All government policy is inflationary. And another pernicious thing is inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. A famous quote by Milton Friedman. It's a monetary phenomenon. That is, inflation comes from expanding currency supply. It's a nice phrase. It's oftentimes quoted by people that are anti-inflation. But again, it just signifies a lack of appreciation. Inflation. If I had a currency completely non-inflationary, if I never printed another dollar, and if I eliminated fractional reserve banking from the face of the earth, we still have inflation. And we have inflation as long as we have government that is capable of pursuing kind of policy that are in themselves inflationary and generally they all are.
So in general, inflationary characteristics of human nature that government elections groups that have power over others and allocate other people's resources will try to intentionally or not hide the cost of those allocations in some tricky ways, whatever options ever available.
Hiding the cost is like the tertiary thing. Like the primary goal is the government will attempt to do good, right?
So that's the primary problem.
They will attempt to do good, and they will do good imperfectly, and they will create oftentimes as much damage, more damage than the good. Most government policy will be iatrogenic. It will create more harm than good in the pursuit of it, but it is what it is. The secondary issue is they will unintentionally pay for it by expanding the currency supply without realizing that they're uh, they're actually paying for it in a suboptimal fashion. They'll collapse their own currency while they attempt to do good. The tertiary issue, they will mismeasure how badly they're collapsing currency. So, for example, if you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and look at the numbers printed by the Fed, they'll say, oh, it looks like the dollar lost 95% of its purchasing power. They sort of fess up to those problems, but they make it 95% loss over 100 years. What they don't do is realize it's a 99.7% loss over 80 years. So they will mismeasure just the horrific extent of the monetary policy in pursuit of the foreign policy and the domestic policy, which they overestimate their budget and their means to accomplish their ends, and they underestimate the cost, and they're oblivious to the horrific damage that they do to civilization because the mental models that they use that are conventionally taught are wrong, right? The mental model that, like, it's okay, we can print all this money because the velocity of the money is low, right? Because money velocity is a scalar and inflation is a scalar, and we don't see 2% inflation yet, and the money velocity is low, and so it's okay if we print trillions of dollars. Well, the money velocity was immediate, right? The velocity of money through the crypto economy 10,000 times faster than the velocity of money through the consumer economy, right? I think Nick pointed out when you spoke to him, he said it takes 2 months for a credit card transaction to settle, right? So you want to spend $1 million in the consumer economy, you can move it 6 times a year. You put $1 million into gold will sit in a vault for a decade. Okay, so the velocity of money through gold is 0.1. You put the money in the stock market and you can trade it once a week. The settlement is T plus 2, 2 to 1 leverage. You might get to a money velocity of 100 a year in the stock market. put your money into the crypto economy, and these people are settling every 4 hours. And you're offshore, they're trading with 20x leverage. So if you settle every day and you trade with 20x leverage, you put the 7,000. So the velocity of the money varies. I think the politicians, they don't really understand inflation, and they don't understand economics, but you can't blame them because the economists don't understand economics. Because they would be creating multivariate computer simulations where they actually put in the price of every piece of housing in every city in the world, the full array of food, and the full array of products, and the full array of assets. And then on a monthly basis, they would publish all the. And that's a high bandwidth requirement, and I think that people don't really want to embrace it. And also, there's the most pernicious thing. There's that phrase, you can't tell people what to think, or what to think about. The most pernicious thing is I get you to understand the phenomenon so that even when it's happening to you, you don't appreciate that it's a bad thing and you think it's a good thing. So housing prices are going up 20% year over year, and I say this is great for the American public. Most of them are homeowners. Then I've misrepresented a phenomenon. Inflation is 20%, not 7%, and then I've misrepresented it as being a positive rather than negative. And people will stare at it, and you could even show them their house on fire, and they would perceive it being great because it's warming them up and save on heat.
It does seem that the cruder the model, whether it's economics, whether it's psychology, the easier it is to weave whatever the heck narrative you want. Not in a malicious way, but just like kind of like emergent phenomena narrative thing that we tell ourselves. You can tell any kind of story about inflation, good and bad. Like the cruder the model, the easier it is to tell a narrative about it. That's what the like engineering approach. I feel like it becomes more and more difficult to run away from sort of a true deep understanding of the dynamics.
I mean, honestly, if you went to 100 people on the street and you asked them to define inflation, how many would say it's a vector tracking the change in price of every product, service, asset in the world over time? Not many. Now, if you went to them and you said, do you think 2% inflation here is good or bad? The majority would probably say, well, here it's good. The majority of economists would say 2% inflation here is good. And of course, look at the ship next to us. What if I told you that the ship leaks 2%, right, of its volume every something, right? The ship is rotting 2% a year. That means the useful life of the ship is 50 years. Now, ironically, that's true. Like a wooden ship had a 50-year to 100-year life. 100 would be long, 50 years not unlikely. So when we built ships out of wood, they had a useful life of about 50 years, and then they sunk, they rotted. Nothing good about it, right? Build a ship out of steel, and it's zero as opposed to 2% degradation. And how much better is 0% versus 2%? Well, 2% means you have a useful life of, half-life of 35 years. 2% is a half-life of 35 years. That's basically the half-life of money in gold. If I store your life force in gold, under perfect circumstances, you have a useful life of 35 years. 0% is a useful life of forever. But 0% is immortal. 2% is 35 years average life expectancy. So the idea that you would think the life expectancy of the currency of civilization should be 35 years instead of forever is kind of a silly notion. But the tragic notion is it was 7 into 70 or 10 years. The money has had a half-life of 10 years, except for the fact that in weak societies, and Argentina or the like, the half-life of the money is 3 to 4 years. Venezuela, 1 year. So the United States dollar and the United States economic system was the most successful economic system in the last 100 years in the world. We won every war. We were the world superpower. Our currency lost 99.7% of its value, and that means horrifically every other currency lost everything. In essence, the other ones were 99.9, except for most that were 100% because they all completely failed. And you've got a mainstream economic community, that thinks that inflation is a number and 2% is desirable. It's kind of like, remember George Washington? You know how he died? Well-meaning physicians bled him to death. Okay. The last thing in the world you would want to do to a sick person, right? In the modern world, I think we understand that oxygen is carried by the blood cells, and and there's that phrase, right? Triage phrase. What's the first thing you do when it stops bleeding? The first thing, right? You show up after any accident. I look at you, stop the bleeding because you're going to be dead in a matter of minutes. So it strikes me as being ironic that Orthodox conventional wisdom was bleed the patient to death, and this was the most important patient in the country, maybe in the history of the country, and we bled him to death, trying to help him. So when you're actually inflating the money supply at 7%, but you're calling it 2% because you want to help the economy, you're literally bleeding the free market to death. But the sad fact is George Washington went along with it because he thought that they were going to do him good. And the majority of the society, most companies, most conventional thinkers, the working class, they go along with this because they think that someone has their best interest in mind, and the people that are bleeding them to death believe that prescription because their mental models are so defective. Their understanding of energy and engineering and the economics that are at play is crippled by this mental model.
That's both the bug and the feature of human civilization. Ideas cold, unite us, believe in them, and make a lot of cool stuff happen by, as an average. Back to the matter. A lot of people believe the same thing together. Not some ideas bad and we destructive, but on average, things are progressing in the direction of good. Step back. What the hell are we doing here? Us humans on this earth. How do you think of humans? How special are humans? How did human civilization originate on this earth? What is the project involved on? Fire and water, and apparently death is not a good idea. I always thought people out in that way, but that was a recent invention. What's this thing we're doing?
I think what distinguishes human beings from all the other creatures on the earth is our ability to engineer. We're engineers.
Solve problems or just incredible?
Engineering, harnessing energy and technique to make the world a better place to be found. Right? From the point that we actually started to play with fire, right? That was a big leap forward. Harnessing the power of kinetic energy and missiles, and another step forward. Every city built on water. Why water? Well, water is bringing energy, right? If you actually put a turbine on a river, or you capture and change an elevation of water, you literally harness gravitational energy. It's also giving you a form of getting rid of your waste. It's also giving you free transportation. You want to move 1 ton around, you want to use and water. So I think, I mean, the human story is really the story of engineering a better world. And the rise in the human condition is determined by those groups of people, those civilizations that were best at harnessing energy. If you look, the Greek civilization, they built it around ports, seaports, and water, and created a trading network. The Romans were really good at harnessing all sorts of engineering. I mean, the aqueducts are a great example. If you go to any big city, travel through cities in the Med, you find that the carrying capacity of the city or the island is 5,000 people without running water, and then if you can find a way to bring water to it, increase it by a factor of 10. And so human flourishing is really only possible through that channeling of energy, right? That eventually takes the form of air power, right? I mean, that ship, look at the intricacy of those sails. I mean, it's just the model is intricate. Now think about all of the experimentation that took place to figure out how many sails to put on that ship and how to rig them and how to repair them, how to operate them.
There's thousands of lives spent through all the tiny little details, all to increase the effectiveness, efficiency of the water. And we should also know there's a bunch of chemicals inside. So obviously,
another form of engineering, right? Energy harnessing explosives. Suppose we try to get off the planet, right?
There's a selection mechanism going on. It's a natural selection. However evolution works, it seems that one of the interesting dimensions on Earth is the predator-prey dynamic. You want to be the bigger fish. That violence serves now, like violence is going to get bad. One of the things is we're ultimately tend towards corporate. Like, one thing nice and calm, and wars break out. Wow, suffering and destruction. Like resetting the palette effect. It's one that's full of just immeasurable human suffering, but it's a way to start over.
We're the apex predator on the planet. I googled the other day, what's the most common form of mammal life on the Earth?
By number of organs.
Count. The answer that came back was human beings. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it, right? So apparently, if we're just looking at human beings are the most common, which was very interesting to me. I almost didn't believe it, but I was trying to think, 8 billion or so human beings. There's no other mammal that's got more than 8 billion. Walk through downtown Edinburgh and Scotland, and you look up on this hill, and there's a castle up on the hill. And the story is, well, that was the British castle before the Scottish castle, before it was a Pict castle, before it was a Roman castle, before it was, some other Celtic castle, before it was, then they found 13 prehistoric castles buried one under the other. And you get that 100,000 years ago, somebody showed up, perhaps the high point, the apex of the city, and they built a stronghold there, and they flourished, and their family flourished, and their tribe flourished, until someone came along and knocked them off the hill. And it's been a non-stop, never-ending fight by the aggressive, most powerful entity, family, organization, municipality, tribe, whatever. For that one hill, going back to time immemorial. And, you scratch your head, and you think, like, it's never-ending.
But does that lead all kinds of metrics that quality of our canon shift as a again that more like your laser eyes focuses the mind on the past.
It is that, and it does remind you that the winner is always the most powerful. And we throw that phrase out, but no one thinks about what that phrase means. Like, who's the most powerful, or the most powerful side won, but they don't think about it. And they think about power, energy delivered in a period of time, and then you think a guy with a spear is more powerful than someone with their fist, and someone with a bow and arrow is more powerful than spear, and you realize that somebody with bronze is more powerful than without, and steel is more powerful than bronze. And if you look at the Romans, they persevered, with artillery, and they could stand off from 800 meters blast you as smithereens. Right? They study the history of the Balearic slingers, right? And you think we invented bullets. They invented bullets playing thousands of years ago. Stood off 500 meters in your head, right? And so there was never a time when humanity wasn't trying
Welcome.
to come up with
How are you, Rick? What's up, big dog?
protecting your own power.
When there is a whole large amount of direction, working in direction, leverage.
The most organized society wins. When the Romans were dominating everybody, they were the most organized civilization in Europe. As long as they stayed organized, they dominated. At some point, they overexpanded, got disorganized, collapsed. And I guess you could say that the struggle of the human condition, it catalyzes development of new technology one after the other. It penalizes anybody that rejects ocean power, right? Penalized. You reject artillery, you get penalized. You reject power, you get penalized. You reject digital power, cyber power, you get penalized. And the underlying control of the property keeps shifting, and one institution or one government to another based upon how rationally they're able to handle that energy and how organized or coordinated they are.
Well, that's really about both human mind and government that they once they get a company, once they get a few ideas, they reject new ideas. Whether that's emergent, however that's called, have a really interesting effect. You're young, that's it. You take over the world, you have no idea. Young, better challenges, and you stick with the old. But that's how empires collapse. Both at the individual level that happens, academic fighting about it, at the civilization level, government holds on to the old.
Ever persistent theme in the history of science is the paradigm shift. And the paradigm shift when the old guard dies and a new generation arrives. Or the paradigm shifts when there's a war and everyone that disagrees with the idea of aviation finds bombs dropping on their head. Or everyone that disagrees with whatever your technology is, move it away. If they totally disagree, their society collapses and they're replaced by that new thing.
A lot of the engineering you talk about ship leveraging water. What about this happening? That still engineering mind trying to operate.
I think there's two big ideas. The first wave of ideas were digital information. And that was the internet wave been running 1990 for 30 years. And the second wave, so if I look at digital information, this idea that you want to digitally transform a book, dematerialize every book in this room into bits, and then I'm going to deliver a copy of the entire library to 1 billion people, and I'm going to do it for pretty much de minimis electricity. If I can dematerialize music, books, education, entertainment, maps, right? That is incredibly exothermic transaction. It's a crystallization when we collapse into a lower energy state as a civilization. We give off massive amounts of energy. If you look at what Carnegie did, the richest man in the world created libraries everywhere at the time. He gave away his entire fortune. And now we can give a better library to every 6-year-old for nothing. So what's the value of giving 1 million books to 8 billion people? That's the explosion in prosperity that comes from transformation. And when we do it with maps, I transform the map, I put it into a car, you get in the car, and the car drives you where you want to go with the map, right? And how much better is that than a Ram McNally Atlas right here? It's like 1 million times better. So the first wave of digital transformation was the dematerialization of all of these informational things which are non-conservative. That is, I could take Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, played for by the best orchestra in Germany, and I could give it to 1 billion people, and they could play it 1,000 times each at less than the cost of the one performance, right? So I deliver culture and education and erudition, intelligence, insight, civilization over digital rails, and the consequences of the human race are first order, generally good, right? The world is a better place. It drives growth. And you create these trillion-dollar entities like Apple and Amazon and Facebook and Google and Microsoft, right? That is the first wave. The second wave.
Sorry to interrupt, but that first wave feels like impact, positive. First order impact is generally positive. Feels like it's positive. Nothing else is positive. And then not be able to understand the orders of magnitude productivity, which is progress in human civilization until we go back centuries enough. Or maybe I'm like just looking at the
Right.
Giving access to basic wisdom or basic knowledge, perhaps wisdom. Linger on that for a second. What's your
I would say if you're a technologist, philosopher, the impact of the technology is so much greater on the civilization and human condition than a non-technology that it's almost not worth the trouble to bother trying to fix things the conventional way. So let's take an example. I have a foundation, Sailor Academy, and the Sailor Academy gives away free education, free college education to anybody on earth that wants. And we've had more than 1 million students. And if you go and you take a class, the lectures were by the same lecturer that when I was at MIT, the cost of the first 4 weeks of MIT would have drained my family's collective life savings for the last 100 years. Like 100 years worth of my father, my grandfather, my great grandfather, they saved every penny they had after 100 years. They could have paid for 1 week of MIT. That's how expensive and efficient it was. So I went on scholarship. I was lucky to have a scholarship. But on the other hand, I sat in the back of the 801 lecture hall, and I was like right up in the rafters. it's an awful experience on these like uncomfortable wooden benches that you can barely see the blackboard, and you got to be there synchronously. And the stuff we upload, start it, stop it, and watch it on your iPad or watch it on your computer and rewind it multiple times or sit in a comfortable chair and you can do it from anywhere on earth and it's absolutely free. So I think about this. I think you want to improve the human condition, you need people with postgraduate level education. You need PhDs. I know this sounds kind of elitist, but you want to cure cancer and you want to go to the stars, fusion tried. We need new propulsion, right? We need extraordinary breakthroughs in every area of basic science, be it biology or propulsion or materials science or computer science. You're not doing it with an undergraduate degree. You're certainly not doing it with a high school education. But the cost of a PhD is like $1 million. It's like 10 million PhDs if you check it out. 8 billion people. How many people would get a PhD or would want to? Maybe not 8 billion, but a billion, 500 million. Let's just say 500 million to a billion. How do you go from 10 million to a billion highly educated people, all of them specializing in, I don't have to tell you how many different fields of human endeavor there are. I mean, your life is interviewing these experts, and there's so many, right? It's amazing. So how do I give a multi-million-dollar education to a billion people? And there's two choices. You can either endow a scholarship, in which case you pay $75,000 a year. 75,000. Let's pay $1 million. $1 million a person. I can do it that way. And you're never, even if you had $1 trillion, if you had $10 trillion to throw at the problem, you just thrown $10 trillion at the problem. You don't solve the problem, right? If I put $10 trillion on the table and I said educate everybody to get a PhD, it still wouldn't solve the problem. Harvard University educated 18,000 people simultaneously, or 87,000, or 800,000, or 8 million. So you have to dematerialize the professor and dematerialize the experience. So you put it all as streaming, on-demand, computer-generated education, and you create simulations, and you upload it. Like the human condition is being held back by 500,000 well-meaning average algebra teachers. I love them. I mean, please don't take offense if you're an algebra teacher, but instead of 500,000 algebra teachers going through the same motion over and over again, what you need is one or 5 or 10 really good algebra teachers, and they need to do it 1 billion times a day or 1 billion times a year for free. And if we do that, there's no reason why you can't give infinite education, certainly in science, technology, engineering, and math, right? Infinite education to everybody with no constraint. And I think the same is true, right, with just about every other thing. If you want to bring joy to the world, if you want to bring, enlightenment to the world, you need education. If want to bring anything of consequence, you got to transform it, and you got to manufacture it something like 100 times more efficiently as start, but 1 million times more efficiently is probably often, that's hopeful. Maybe you have a chance. If you look at all of these space endeavors and everything we're thinking about getting to Mars, getting off the planet, getting to other worlds, number one thing you got to do is you got to make a fundamental breakthrough in an engine. People dreamed about flying for thousands of years, but until the internal combustion engine, you didn't have enough, enough energy, enough power in a light enough package in order to solve the problem. And the human race has all sorts of those fundamental engines, materials, and techniques that we need to master, and each one of them is a lifetime capable of making a seminal contribution to the body of human knowledge.
There's certain problems like education that can be solved in the process. By the way, props to 500K algebra teacher. When I look at YouTube, for example, one possible approach is each one of those 500,000 teachers probably had days, moments of brilliance, and ability to contribute to the natural selection process and market of education, with the best ones rise up. The interesting way, the best days of life, the best lessons you've ever taught, found and broadcast millions. So all of those kinds of ideas real in the world. Now traveling across planets, so we can't solve that problem with real self realizing brain to have astronauts on the ship have a floppy disk carrying a human brain.
Touching on those points, you'd love for the 500,000 algebra teachers to become 500,000 math specialists, maybe they call it 50,000 specialties as teams, and they all pursue 50,000 problems, and they put their algebra teaching on autopilot. That's the same as when I give you 11 cents worth of electricity. You don't have to row, row a boat 8 hours a day before you. It would be a lot better, that you would pay for your food in the first 8 seconds of your day, and then you can start thinking about other things. With regard to technology, one thing that I learned studying technology, you look at S-curves, is until you start the S-curve, you don't know whether you're 100 years from viability, 1,000 years from viability, or a few months from viability. So,
isn't that fun? That's so fun. The early part of that is fun. Because you don't know.
In 1900, you could have got any number of learned academics, right? And in 1903, the Wright brothers flew. By 1969, we're walking on the moon. So the advance that we made in that field was extraordinary. But for the 100 years and 200 years before, they moved back and forth, and nobody before. And that's the happy part. The happy part is we went from flying 20 miles an hour or whatever to flying 25,000 miles an hour in 60. The unhappy part. I studied aeronautical engineering at MIT. And in the 80s, we had Gulfstream aircraft, we had Boeing 737s, we had the space shuttle. Fast forward 40 years, and we pretty much had the same exact aircraft. The efficiency of the engines was 20-30% more. Right? We slammed into a brick wall around 69 to 75. Like, in fact, the Global Express, the Gulfstream, were all here in the 70s, some in the 60s. The fuselage silhouette of a Gulfstream, of a G5, was the same shape as the G4, is the same shape as the G3, is the same shape as the G2. And that's because they were afraid to change the shape for 40 years, because they worked it out in the wind tunnel, they knew it worked. And when they finally decided to change the shape, it was like a $10 billion exercise with modern supercomputers and computation. Fluid dynamics.
Why was it so hard? What is that wall made of? You slammed it.
But the right question is, so why does a guy that went to MIT that got an aeronautical engineering degree spend his career in software? Like, why is it that I never a day in my life, with the exception of some Air Force Reserve work, I never got paid to be an aeronautical engineer, and I worked in software engineering my entire career.
Software engineering, aeronautical engineering, no way. Like, maybe you had fundamental walls until you have to pressure later. Or no.
The National Gallery of Art was endowed by a very rich man, Andrew Mellon. You know how he made his money? Aluminum. Okay? And so, and you know what kind of airplanes you can create without aluminum? Nothing.
The materials, so it's the materials problem.
Okay, so 1900, we made massive advances in metallurgy, right? I mean, that was U.S. steel, that was iron, steel, aluminum. Massive fortunes were created because this was a massive advance. We also had the internal combustion engine, and the story of Ford and General Motors, and Chrysler, formed by that. So you have no jet engine, no rocket motors, no internal combustion. You have no aviation. But even if you had those engines, if you were trying to build those things with steel, no chance. You have aluminum. So there's like two pretty basic technology, and once you have those two technologies, stuff happens very fast. So tell me the last big advance in like jet engine. There hasn't been one. Like there hasn't the last big advance in rocket engine. Hasn't been one. The big advances in spaceship design, from what I can see, are in the control systems, the gyros, and the ability to land, right, in a stable fashion. That's pretty amazing. Landing a rocket.
According to so on, manufacture of the more efficient and less expensive manufacturer of rockets. So like it's the production, whatever they call that discipline of at scale manufacturing. But it's not 10x. I mean, maybe it's 10x over a period of a decade.
Figure out how to operate a spaceship, on the water in your water ball. Right? Now, then you've got a break. So the bottom line is propulsion technology, propellants, and the materials technology. They were critical to getting on that aviation S-curve, and then we slammed into the wall in the 70s. The Boeing 747, the Global Express, the Gulfstream, these things were the space shuttle. They were all pretty much reflective of that, and then we stopped. And at that point, you have to switch to a new S-curve. So the next equivalent to the internal combustion engine was the CPU, and the next aluminum equivalent was silicon. So when we actually started developing CPUs, transistor gateway to CPUs, if you look at the power, right, the bandwidth that we had on computers, Moore's law, right? What if the efficiency of jet engines had doubled every 3 years, right? In the last 40 years, where would we be right now? So I think that if you're a business person, if you're looking for a commercially viable application of your mind, then you have to find that S curve, and ideally, you have to find it in the first 5, 6, 10 years. But people always miss it. Let's take Google Glass, right? Google Glass was an idea in 2013. The year is 2022, and people were quite sure this was going to be